I will beg indulgence as well for Council Committee Reports Division 5, ASHA Convention, and Economic Development Summit, please.
I'll add on to phase about the economic development when we get that far. I'll move the agenda as amended.
I'll move to approve the regular council meeting minutes of April 8th, 2025.
Okay, thank you for that. So we now have a motion to approve the regular council meeting minutes from April 8th, 2025 as presented. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously as well. All right, we're going to jump right into business. So it's going to be 4.1, which is... Turned it off, not on. How's that, better? Now I can hear myself. That's not better. All right. So 4.1, audited financial statements and MNP. So I understand it's Lindsay and Madison. So Ms. Bruce and Ms. Bauman, correct. Please join us. Just let you know, not like me, if you would please use your microphone when you're speaking. And what I'm going to do is I'll allow council to introduce themselves, since this is the first time you've been here, and I do want to say welcome. And then we'll let you introduce and then go ahead with your presentation. So, Councillor Cunningham, if you would, please.
Good morning. Thanks for being here. Laura Lee Michelle Cunningham, Division 5.
Morning, Jerry Whitstock, Division 3, that's the Acme-Linden area.
Good morning, Debbie Penna, Division 2.
And good morning, I'm Ken King. I represent Division 6, which is the very northeast portion of Kneehill.
Division what?
Division 7. See? I said 6, didn't I? Do you want to trade? No. It's obviously going to be a long morning for me. Division 7. Thank you. Welcome here. Very glad you're here this morning. Go ahead.
Good morning, I'm Faye McGee from Division 1.
Good morning, I'm Wade Christie in Division 6, and I'm territorial.
You're protecting your turf this morning, obviously. And yes, go ahead, Mr. Hogan.
Lindsay Madison, welcome back. Mike Hogan, CAO.
Carolyn Bennercool, Legislative Services Manager.
Good morning, Mike Sear, Director of Infrastructure.
And welcome, Teresa Cochran, Director of Corporate Services.
Okay, I think that's enough of that.
That's enough introductions, yeah.
So if you don't mind introducing yourselves, and then you can go ahead with your presentation.
Perfect. I am Lindsay Bowman with MNP.
And Madison Bruce.
Welcome here.
Perfect. Thanks for having us. So we're going to start with the financial statements there. This page, this is our independent auditor's report. So basically, and I just want to say any questions, jump in at any time. But we're issuing, in our opinion, a clean statement. So that's where everything in the statements present fairly in all material respects. I do want to just highlight the emphasis of matter paragraph there, that's third from the bottom. This just notes, and we'll discuss more in note 3, but it was a restatement we did this year. Okay, and then On to the statement of financial position. This was a snapshot as of December 31st. We can see compared to last year, financial assets were up about 4.5 million. That's primarily related to the investments and a little bit with taxes receivable. Liabilities were down about 200,000 and non-financial assets were down about 1.6. So overall, the accumulated surplus was up about 4.6 million compared to last year. On the statement of operations, compared to budget, revenue was up about 2.65 million. It looked mostly related to, well, it is mostly related to the investment income. Everything else was very close to what was budgeted. Expenditures, note 19 will kind of give you a little bit more of a breakdown, but everything was slightly below budget. Contracts and materials were kind of the main ones that were a little bit less than budgeted. Overall, the excess deficiency of revenue over expenses is comparable. This is the statement of cash flow on the next page there. It's positive cash flow from operations and really just supplementary info for the cash balance on the statement of financial position. Not too much to say on the statement of net financial assets. It kind of just breaks down the changes that we've already discussed. These are the note disclosures, so I'm kind of going to jump to note 2. Once I get there as well. So note 2 kind of breaks down the adoption of new accounting standards. These were new ones this year. The first one being revenue and the second public-private partnerships. They didn't have any material impact to your guys' statements though this time. It was just new standards that came into effect. And then that note 3 is what I previously mentioned. It discusses the prior period adjustment. This is a restatement between accounts receivable and deferred revenue. And so it has no net impact, but just wanted to highlight the changes there. Okay, and then the notes, there's a little bit more information throughout, but there wasn't anything that's different than last year.
I'm just going to jump to that note 19 that we mentioned, just to kind of show it, but note 19 kind of breaks down the statement of, the income statement actually breaks it down based on like department. This one breaks it down by object, if you were wondering where Madison referred to that at. But otherwise, there's not much from what your note disclosure would have been in the previous year. All accounting policies stayed the same except for those 2 that Madison had noted. But I'm happy to take any questions on any of the notes as well, if you guys have any questions or any questions on the financial statements.
Okay, we're gonna go on to the audit findings.
Just before you
Yeah,
do that.
absolutely.
Can you just tell me again about the restatements and
Sure.
the new policies, or? I'm assuming that that's countrywide standard and,
The policy, the 2 revenue and the public partnerships
yeah, the
is
new accounting standards. that you
Yeah,
talked about.
those are
Accounting
pushed out from the, CPA regarding the public sector standards. So those were changes that everybody would have had this year. The prior period adjustment is a little different. This was something that came to our attention throughout the course of the audit related to government transfers. And it really was just the change in how a government transfer needs to be recorded. So it has to be recorded when the revenue is actually incurred, which is kind of a strange way. So therefore, the accounts receivable and deferred revenue can't be on the balance sheet. So on the balance sheet, the only difference, and I'm just going to go back there, is that the this number is down from last year, this deferred revenue number on the statement of financial position, and the accounts receivable is down. So there's no actual impact to revenue because the revenue hasn't been incurred yet. And those were mainly related to like the MSI capital grants and
which is now the LGFF.
LGFF.
It's specific to capital grants.
Yeah.
And so basically the standard says that if you, yes, you're allocated this amount, but if you haven't incurred the expenses and the project's not approved by them, you can't technically say that it's yours yet.
Okay, so if you've been approved for a grant,
You've been allocated, but if the grant's been
allocated,
approved.
right.
Yeah, which
But
is slightly
whatever
different wording.
project hasn't been approved, then it's
Correct.
technically not ours, even though we've been,
Yeah, you have the
allocated.
opportunity to have it in
Right.
X amount of years, but if you don't spend the money or get it fully approved, then it's not yours yet.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Any follow-up? Okay.
It's like my lottery winning that I've never had.
Yeah, you
But
have
it's
this
on,
opportunity.
it's on my books, you know?
Yeah, you have the opportunity. Okay, yes, and now to audit findings. So, as you guys know, our audit is substantially completed. There's just a couple minor bookkeeping things that we have to do left. So the first one being the signed representation letter, which we'll get at the end of this meeting, and the discussion of subsequent events. Has there been anything that we should be aware of that's happened after December 31st? Okay, perfect. That sounds good. And then, obviously, council's review and approval of financial statements as well. The independent auditors report section here, this is just what we've previously discussed, noting that we've given a clean audit opinion. This section is a no news is good news situation. Nothing's come to our attention that we feel needs to be brought forward to council. There hasn't been any big changes to what our initial plan was when we came back in the fall. I'm just gonna skip a couple pages. Yeah, the significant risk areas and responses, these were the ones we identified at the beginning of the audit. We said what we were gonna do, and this is our results. So really, the only part is for the deferred revenue and restricted contributions, just discusses those government transfers that we looked further into and have since updated. We wanna note that we're in the confirmed council that we are independent of the county. And we have requested certain written representations, which again, we've discussed will be at the end. And there was one significant difference that we wanted to also bring forward.
And this document is super awful to read.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna see if I can zoom into, but there's not a lot on here, so
No,
I
so
will.
there is a $75,000 adjustment between current assets and other assets. It's basically a classification between long-term and current land held for sale. So nothing big or significant there. We just need to bring it forward because it was above our threshold, based on the standards. At the end of this package, there's also a hot topics for you guys, kind of changing the accounting world for management, future reporting that's happening. It's nothing we're gonna go through today, but just wanted to,
Bring forward.
yeah, let you guys review when you feel. So any questions at this point?
I don't know, you've either confused us all or
It's possible.
the information is more than adequate and there are no questions to be raised, so.
Well, thank you guys for having us.
Just before you walk away on that one, can you talked about that 75,000.
Yeah.
So can you just give me a little bit further clarity on that?
So right now, there's an amount, the 75,000, that's classified as a long-term, or sorry, it's current?
Yeah.
On your statements, that it's held for sale, but it doesn't appear that it'll be sold within the next.
Year. Yeah. I'm just gonna go back to it on the statements too.
So that 75,000 that's up there in the
Right
financial
there.
assets.
So according to the standards, in order to be land held for resale, it has to be probable that it's gonna be sold within, or like disposed of within the next year. And the land there's a few pieces of land that are sitting in there, but the intention, I think, behind them isn't that they're going to be sold within the next year. Obviously, if something comes up, great kind of thing, but the intention isn't to be sold. So essentially, those amounts should be probably included in this tangible capital assets number down here as like a long-term, like they're held for the long term.
So when you move that around, then is it no longer there, but it's now in the tangible capital asset category?
Yeah,
would be
in
if
our
the-
10 journal entry.
Yeah, so that unadjusted differences that Madison referred to are things that we didn't adjust because they weren't significant to adjust, so it's still sitting as land held for resale. However, we're saying on that unadjusted that we do believe that it should be moved down to tangible capital assets to meet the required standard, but we didn't adjust it because it's not material to move there.
Okay, and the only reason you noted it is because of the amount that's
Yeah,
there.
it was over
Yeah.
our, that
Any-
materiality we bring forward, it's anything over 5% we'll bring to council and say, here's what we noticed.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Are there any other questions? So basically, excuse me, having read what you've said here is you didn't find anything concerning and you've given a clean audit.
Correct.
And so we can approve these financial statements as they are presented. Ultimately,
Yep.
that's what you're telling us.
Yep, and if you guys want, I know it's always up to council too, if you do want to go in camera, it's definitely your guys' option, but there's just, in our response, there's nothing we need, but I know that's always an option.
Right. Okay, so if there are no questions, boy, we're being easy on you.
Yes, sir.
You're gonna wanna come back, right? Okay, if I'm not getting any questions from council, and you've answered a couple of questions that I had, so I'm going to say thank you. Very much appreciate you being here this morning and making the time to come, so thank you. Oh, look at that, we did get a question. Council Whitstock.
Sorry about that, Mr. Reeve. I just noticed under hot top, well, I did notice before, but hot topics. These may or may not occur depending on what day or what hour or, okay, so you're just giving us a heads up there. Oh, yeah, and there's nothing certain about any of this stuff, so.
Correct.
That's correct. This is really a document that our firm prepares based on like what we're seeing kind of upcoming. So you'll see that this was March 6th too. So it was before we've started to have some changes to government and everything like that. So these are just items that as of March 6th, we found were like really high upcoming things that might impact organizations. That being said, some of them might not even impact this county specifically. So it's kind of like a very like generic document of just things to consider.
Do you want to go to the?
I kind of gathered it's a shot in the dark and we'll see where we go.
And that's exactly kind of what it is. So it's like if something comes up regarding like, say cybersecurity, there's talks on here of like what things you guys should consider, or like maybe you already have considered things like that. This CAS 600 actually did occur this year. It doesn't impact your guys' organization, but it did happen to change.
That would be if you guys had other organizations that you consolidated into Kneehill.
Yeah.
So you had other.
This one here, this standard setting is standards that are upcoming for public sector accounting in the next few years. So it's just really showing that there's gonna be some changes upcoming and regarding like disclosures and stuff that need to happen, but again, not really set in stone either yet, because you never know what happens, especially with government changes as well.
Okay, thank you very much, appreciate that.
Just why was tariffs number one? Don't answer that question. It's rhetorical. Yes. All right. I'm going to ask one more time of council. Are there any other questions for the Ms. Bauman and Bruce? Not seeing any. So again, I'm going to say thank you. Very much appreciate the fact that you actually came and are here today. We look forward to seeing you again. So appreciate your time and your being here,
Awesome. Thank you for having us here today.
especially this early in the morning.
Yeah, I'm an early morning person, so this works for me. I do have just the statement of financial position to get signed by like one council member, just to say that you guys approved it, but I think the motion will go through as well. And then I do have some documents. You want me to just leave them with you guys to get signed? Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
We'll play rock, paper, scissors later to see who signs that paperwork on your behalf. I kind of have an idea who that might be. Just guessing. Again, thank you very much. And appreciate all the hard work that went on in the background. Yes.
And that goes for your management team as well. They put a lot of work into behind the scenes.
Yes, yes. So I'm going to welcome Ms. Olson. Ashley, welcome.
Yep, time for me to tag in here. Good morning, Reeve and Council.
Good morning.
Before we get started on the formal approval, I did want to just give a little bit more elaboration to some of your questions from the audit team, because I have a little bit more on the other side.
So with that land held for sale, that 75, that's been ongoing since I believe I looked back 2008. My understanding is that it was listed as land held for sale because it's not being used in our operations. So essentially, as it's been kind of sold off, that's been the treatment, but we are going to be looking into that a little bit further to see if that is continuing to be appropriate.
Okay.
And then that restatement, it doesn't mean we're not entitled to those funds. So I do want to just elaborate on that we are still entitled to that funding from those grants. It's just that it's not being recognized. And once we are able to submit the project, get approved projects going and incur the expenses, we will have that revenue being brought in accordingly, and set up as, if we're not receiving it right away, like sometimes it comes at the end, you'll see accounts receivable for it. So you'll see some of our smaller amounts with our grants, we have that. So if there's no other questions, we're going to move forward with the approval of the financial statements. So as presented from MNP, essentially we've got a clean audit opinion, and under the MGA, the county has to prepare the financial statements under public sector accounting standards, and council has to approve them. And once the approval is achieved, we submit them to the government, as well as a financial information return that has also been completed with the information from our financial statements. You'll also note that the financial statements do look different than the quarterly variance reports that are presented, because there are things like non-cash items like amortization. Our asset retirement obligation isn't factored in there, but these statements do reflect any of those approvals you've had to contribute into reserves that Marika would have went through with you previously. So that's already been factored in. This is our final picture for December 31st, 2024. So yeah, there's no financial or staffing implications. Essentially, that's it. Unless you have questions, we can move forward with approval.
Councillor Christie, please.
Just a question on engineered structures, which are bridges. Are we maybe not putting enough money into that every year when our amortization is higher than our investment there? Just a general question. Looks to me like we're about $1 million short, and just because we only got 200 bridges, maybe we better try to keep up tighter. I don't know.
With the capital assets?
That's more of a council question than an accounting question.
It's always a concern when your depreciation is, well, greater than what you're investing back into potential replacement in the long run. But we're probably have that problem not just on bridges, but in a lot of our other infrastructure as well. Yes, go ahead, Ms. Cochran.
Thank you, through the reef to Councillor Christie. Thank you for that. We do know that we have a little bit of a shortfall around our future reserves for all of our assets, which is why we brought on our wonderful asset manager to support us in making sure that our investment to reserve each year is appropriate to supply our assets with the necessary funds. So over the next number of years, you'll see that improving and that number tightening, but we're still really working on developing that framework and creating that process.
Thank you for that.
And thank you. Any other questions related to the information that's in front of us? I know there's a lot of information there. Super easy to absorb. Go ahead, Ms. Cochran.
Well, since you are all letting us off easy, thank you through the Reven to Council. I just wanted to make a note that a significant amount of work goes into the audit every year, and although our auditors came in and made it look so easy and we did wonderfully, months and months of work has gone into reviewing our financial records, back and forth through our financial team and many other employees across the organization. So just giving a shout out to everybody for a successful audit. It's really a significant achievement for our organization. So thank you to all of our people.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. We always need to recognize the people who actually make it happen, and not just when the auditors are in the building, but every day. So, are there any other questions from council? If not, I suppose you're looking for a motion then, Ms. Olson, that council would approve the financial audited financial statements.
That'd be ideal.
Would that be? Funny how that would work, eh? Councillor Penner, please.
Thank you, everybody, for what's, and another thing too is when changing auditors, it's nice to see it just continue to flow. So kudos to everybody in the back that brings all this information forward. So I'd make the motion that council approves the 2024 audited financial statements as presented.
Okay, thank you for that. We now have a motion to approve the 2024 audited financial statements. Are there any discussion to the motion or any further questions? Okay, if not, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. And before you go, Ms. Olson, you could take the message back from council, if you would please, just to say thank you. We do recognize, as Ms. Cochran has said, that there's a lot of work that goes on to make this audited statement come to life, but not just then. It's every day in this organization. There are people who are being fiscally responsible and looking after the financial side of the county, and we're very appreciative of that. So if you would carry that back, that message, thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay, and enjoy the rest of your day. All right. So the next item on our agenda is 4.2, which is Bylaw 1914, Trochu Recreation Area Special Tax. Bylaw 1914. And welcome, Ms. Nyman.
Morning.
Regina, welcome. And anytime you're ready.
Okay, so I have two bylaws to present today, and the first one is the 2025 Trochu Recreation Area Special Tax Bylaw. So this tax bylaw, for the background, the original bylaw was a 692. It was approved by council following a public vote on April 14th, 1972. This bylaw was enacted solely to generate revenue for the agreement between Kneehill County and the town of Trochu, established under bylaw 692. So each year, council approves a special tax levy on properties within a designated area to fund the recreational services. The tax is collected and remitted to the town of Trochu as a year-end payment based on their report to fund 50% of the operational costs for the Trochu pool facility. For the upcoming year, we anticipate the cost to remain relatively consistent with the final costs at the end of 2024. However, if there's any over or under amounts, they just get allocated the following year. The 2024 ending balance of for the pool cost was $63,822.05, while the total amount we collected was $70,979.34. So this resulted in a variance of $4,148.07, and this was just held in trust. So we had over collected last year. With the funds remaining in trust, the requisition has been based on the collection amounts needed to meet an estimated amount. So that was the 2024 amount. We're estimating that's going to be relatively the same. So the following variables are considered in the requisition. Operational costs are provided to us by the town of Trochu at year end. Assessment revisions through the year as changes to the 305 assessments can impact revenue. So administration recommends that a tax rate of 0.000218197 for the 2025 Trochu recreational specialty levy, with an estimated total collection of $59,733.89. The amount may be adjusted due to assessment revisions throughout the year. So just implications of this bylaw is that upon approval of this bylaw and bylaw 1914, we would develop and send out tax notifications for June 1st. So this goes out on our tax notifications as an item. So council has some options. Council can approve the 2025 Trochu Recreation Special Levy, and that bylaw 1914 being a bylaw to authorize the imposition of a special tax for Trochu Recreation Area for the year 2025. He's hereby given first reading, second reading, consent for third, and another option is, yeah, of course, giving third and final reading. So we're just kind of recommending today to give first reading, second reading consideration, and third, unless there's lots of questions on the Trochu one. But since it's been around since 1972, it doesn't get a lot of questions. But if anybody has any questions for me for the Trochu pool.
Any questions from council? I guess I just have a question in terms of the total numbers. So from the 2023 year, had we
Yep.
under levied in 2023? So we had a carryover going forward into 2024 that we needed to pay?
We did. The costs had gone up quite a lot that year, and we had anticipated that it would continue to go up based on everything seems to
Right.
be going in that trend.
Yeah.
So we did anticipate that it would go up about 3,000, but it never did. So then we were left with, we over levied $4,000. So what we're going to do is under levy this year and include that and kind of hope that the amount stays the same.
Okay. No, I just was trying to get, must have had a carry forward from 2023 is just what I had in mind.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Okay, and so when we collected from last year, we paid out the 2023 carryover, plus we paid whatever they requested for 2024. Still ended up with a positive balance
We
in
did.
what we requisitioned last
Yeah,
year.
we weren't expecting that, but we had too much money. So that
Surprise,
was a
eh?
good, a good thing, yeah.
Well, since I live in that special tax area, I appreciate the fact that we're balancing our books out, and so
Yeah,
just had that question about the differences there. So
yeah, so
thank you.
this year we have extra, so it'll be lower.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions? If not, what's council's wish? Councillor Whitstock.
Okay, I would move that we give first reading to bylaw 1914, that being the bylaw for the 2025 Trochu Recreation Area Special Tax.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Whitstock. So we have a motion that first reading be given to bylaw 1914, that being a bylaw for the 2025 Trochu Recreation Area Special Tax. Any questions or discussion? Not seeing any. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Councillor Christie.
I'd move second reading to bylaw 1914.
Okay, so we now have a motion to give second reading to bylaw 1914, the Trochu Recreation Area Special Tax for 2025. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously as well. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I move that consideration to hold third reading be given to bylaw 1914.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion to give consideration to hold third reading of bylaw 1914. All those in favor? And that is also unanimous. Thank you. So we would have one other motion then that we need to make. Councillor Penner.
I would move that third and final reading be given to bylaw 1914, that being the bylaw for the 2025 Trochu Recreational Area Special Tax.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Penner. So we now have a motion that third reading be given to bylaw 1914, that being a bylaw for the 2025 Trochu Recreation Area Special Tax. All those in favor? And again, that's carried unanimously. So thank you. And thank you, Ms. Nyman.
Thank you.
But before you run away, we have 4.3, which is bylaw 1913, which is the property tax bylaw for 2025. And whenever you're ready.
Sure. Okay, so we brought this one to council, the property tax bylaw 1913. We brought it forward on the April 8 council meeting. So we presented it for the first reading. No amendments were required then. The bylaw is now being brought forward for second and third reading. This property tax bylaw authorizes council to impose a tax on property in the municipality to raise revenue to be used toward the payment of the expenditure set in the county's operational budget. And we are wanting to send out the combined assessment and tax notices on or before June 1st of this year. The current due date and penalty are in bylaw 1890. And that states that they're due on October 31st. So we went through this quite extensively on April 8th. So I'll just do a quick refresh. The 2025 budget for Kneehill County estimated that our expenses would be $32,127,835, and we'll be collecting $27,710,295 from taxation revenue and $4,417,540 from other revenue sources. The total expenditures are the $32,127,835, with $9,280,548 for future financial plans. So therefore, we will be raising through the taxation the $27,710,295. And so this bylaw just covers that and the requisitions. The requisitions are the Alberta School Fund, designated industrial property, and the Kneehill housing. And so what we're recommending today is to give second and third reading. But does anybody have any questions on any of that from the last bylaw, or from the last, sorry, not the last bylaw, the last council meeting?
Any questions? Yeah. Councillor Cunningham, please.
So just a question through the Reeve to the CEO, just under the discussion options section, it talks about the total expenditures and then with a $9,280,000 and change for future financial plans. So that piece there, can you just clarify for me, that is like a forecasted piece? That is not, doesn't form part of the approved budget, is that correct?
Go ahead, Mr. Hogan.
So through the chair, we outline a number of things. So the future financial plans are just that. They're not, when we're talking about the tax rate bylaw, it is only that portion that's related to the 32,127. So the future financial plans are just that, things that we're predicting will occur in the future. There is some funding in that 32, as we're aware, there is a lot of funding in that 32 million that is actually being put into reserves for future projects.
So that $9,280,548 in our budget discussions when we were talking about we're going to do this project, but there's a fallout into the next year or an expected cost going forward. Is that what that 9 million would be referring to then?
I'm just going to bring up Marika here.
Yeah.
Welcome, Ms. von Verba.
Through the Reeve, the short answer to the question is no. That's not the 9 million contained in there. That those future impacts will occur in future budgets that'll be covered by future tax rate bylaws in there. But I'll defer more specifics over to Ms. von Merbach.
Good morning, thank you. Through the chair, that $9 million is actually reserve transfers built into the core operating budget. So those are the direct amounts that we're putting into reserves through that operating budget process to fund future plans.
Okay. So then that 9 million would be in the 32?
That is correct.
Okay, so it's included within that total amount of the 32,127,835?
Yes.
And so the other monies that we talked about in the budgeting process that might occur going forward into 26, 27, or 28, those are completely outside of any discussion we're having this morning.
Yes.
Through the chair, that's correct. These amounts are only to do with the operating budget, and all of those other amounts are related to project budgets that are all typically funded through reserves or through other grant processes.
Okay, appreciate the clarity. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Cunningham, please.
Just one more kind of clarification for me. I did have a question from one of our people. I know there was, like, we talk a lot about the requisitioning and that a lot of that is out of our control, but the question that was posed to me is, does council have control over a portion of this? And my answer was yes, and I guess I just would like clarification on that. Like, we can't just say it's all because of the requisitioning. There is a part of the budget that we do control that affects the tax rates.
Okay, yes. No, I think I want more clarity from what you're saying. So are you asking, do we have control over requisition, or are you asking, do we have control over budget?
So the question that was posed to me, because they had seen the last meeting, and the question was, oh my gosh, my taxes are going up. And like, if you kind of, I went back and kind of listened to it, like, I think what they're asking is, we kind of sometimes say, like, we know the school tax and Kneehill housing and some of them are out of our control to some extent. But there is a portion of the budget, is what they wanted to clarify, that does affect the tax rate, that we do have a piece of control. They just wanted to clarify that we do have some control over that, that it's not entirely out of our control, which my answer was yes. So just wanting clarification on that.
Okay, so the actual tax levy numbers, so the, whatever those numbers are for residential farmland, all of those that we set the rates for, we have control over, and we have control over what the budget number is that causes them to take place. The requisitions, we have none. So Mr. Hogan, you wanted to provide some clarity?
Through Mr. Reeve, I think you've covered it, so the municipal mill rate, the municipal tax rate, is directly related to the budget that council goes through and approves. So all the controls that council puts in terms of the budget discussions, things you approve, things you don't, generates that number. And in our case, in this year, that's the 32,127 and change. So when you set the mill rate, as per this bylaw each year, is you're tying it back to that number. So the real control for that comes through budget amendments and budget discussion that we've done previously, and any amendments that occur to date prior to this. The other requisitions, as you said, Mr. Reeve, the education tax, the seniors housing requisition, those are numbers that Kneehill County receives from other entities, and those are just what they are. We don't have control over what the province requisitions for education. We don't have control over seniors housing requisitions, although of course we have representation on that board. They'd go through the same budget process, look at cost controls and things like that. So there is a bit of input there, but I wouldn't say that there's actually control there. So that is that. The other requisition that you'll see is the designated industrial properties. And again, that one is just handed to us. That one has its origins back, I think 8 or 9 years ago. That changed to where industry actually wanted to pay that bill to have assessment done a bit differently than it had been occurring up to that date. So again, that is one that the province tells us this is the number you need to collect from designated industrial properties throughout the year. So we have no control over that.
Okay, thank you for that. So ultimately, the control that council has over where that mill rate ends up is in the long conversations we have around budget and what that final number is going to be. And once we approve that final budget, we basically have set the expectation of the amount of revenue that's going to be raised. And then we hear about all the other bad news after that. And in fairness, I mean, on the tax notice now, the Education Alberta School Fund requisition is itemized. The Kneehill Seniors Housing requisition is itemized. The Trochu area special tax is itemized. So those things are pulled out and identified. There's other organizations that we contribute to, and the one that immediately comes to my mind, of course, is FCSS, where there is money that we're putting into that organization. Doctor recruitment and retention, we still have some obligation there. Those numbers are inside of the budget, and so they don't show as a special requisition, but they are approved through council motions in our partnership municipalities as well as here. So it's a different process, but there are monies that are going from here to support those organizations outside of what's identified as requisitions. So are there any further questions or comments or discussion related to the request that we give second and third reading?
Yes, please.
Ms. Nyman really wants to do that so that we can send out those tax notices.
Can't wait, yeah. A lot of printing.
Councillor Whitstock.
Well, thank you very much. It's one of those times of the year where make everybody happy, I think. Well, maybe not. I have a question. Our current non-residential is 0.014, well, you've got the numbers there. What is the change from last year on that mill rate? Do you have that information in front of you?
Through the chair, on non-residential, we dropped it by 3.5% on the mill rate.
Okay, and the residential changed by?
I believe 3.4. It's very similar. They both dropped
similar.
by
Okay.
basically the same amount. And that was in the interest of, in order to maintain our 5-to-1 ratio. If
Yeah, and-
residential dropped by an amount, then non-residential has to drop
Because
by
of the
that same
increased
percentage.
assessment?
Yes,
Okay, thank you very much.
absolutely.
We had that big discussion around the ratios and the difficulties of trying to balance both the non-res and the residential, and it's unfortunate that we're hard up against the cap on that 5-to-1 ratio. I think we're at 4.98 this year. That's not a very good position to be in, but in order to, I guess, lessen some of the impact of how that might affect our ratepayers, we've chosen to go that route. So any other questions from council or motions or any other discussion? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'd like to move that council give second reading of bylaw 1913 as presented.
Okay, thank you for that. So we do have a motion to give second reading to bylaw 1913, which is the 2025 property tax bylaw, as presented. If there's no discussion, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Councillor Christie.
I'd move third reading to bylaw 1913 as presented.
Okay, thank you for that. So we now have a motion to give third reading to bylaw 1913, which is the 2025 property tax bylaw as presented. Any discussion? Not seeing any, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that is also carried unanimously. So thank you very much, Ms. Nyman. And I know you just can hardly wait, right? Trust me, if my notice was a little bit delayed, I wouldn't be unhappy. I appreciate your time and everyone's time who's been here this morning to help us. So thank you very much. All right. Would anyone like a break? I know we have a delegation at 10, so if we can keep going, that would be my preference at this point. We're good? All right. All right. Now we're going to move on to 2025 dust control rates, 5.1 in our agenda. And it says, Mr. Zier, that you are presenting. Welcome. And anytime you are ready.
Good morning, council.
Good morning.
So what I bring you before you today is the setting of the dust control rates for the 2025 season. As council is aware, in our policy 13.4, we set these rates every spring based on the product costs in March. So we've done our review, received multiple suppliers, settled on a price. for both spec crude and for calcium. Part of that analysis is a pretty comprehensive review of our previous year's dust control costs. We go through our collection of contractor rates, our product cost. We look at what our internal costs are for both material and labor. You can see that breakdown on page 2 of the RFD there. Basically looking at product costs, gravel costs, and equipment for both. So you can see that in the 2024 analysis, we came to about $11.60 per linear meter for the calcium. So that's a little bit higher than we charged for the rates. We had $10 per meter charge for a full application in 2024. So with these reviews, it is reviewed yearly. We look at a little bit deeper. With the change in technology, we have a new calcium truck this year, so that's kind of changed our efficiency. It is also go back to our participation. If we have a high level of participation with our dust control, we see those costs go down. Economies of scale on those sort of things usually bring those costs down. So for the spec crude, why I reference that is because you can see that our review there was ended up being about $49 a linear meter on this. So that was based on a lower use for that. So we've went a little bit deeper on this review here, just kind of showing you what our revenues were in 2024, $196,000. We brought in, and we had about $109,000 in costs on that, outside costs, contractor costs, material, that sort of thing. The remainder, $87,000, we attribute to the internal costs, what we call it, the gravel, the labor, equipment costs that the county was subject to there. So taking all that into account here, our recommendation is that we raise the cost of calcium for the full application to $11.50 per meter. That should bring us right in line with what we had for cost recovery on that. I am recommending that we stick with last year's cost on the spec crude. And the reasoning behind that is what I just said, is basically the variability of that product. If we're bringing a long stretch of road, we typically see the cost on that go lower. A couple of years ago, we had a fairly small, only half a kilometer worth of participation, and we estimated those costs were around $70 to $80 per meter on that. So we're trying to find a middle ground here where we're not bouncing that far outside of the changing our rates that drastically every year, and kind of being more consistent with what we feel is an average cost for an average application on that. So that's just some of the background is how we came up with these numbers here. But I'm definitely able to answer council's questions if you have.
Councillor Whitstock.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve, and I'm not here to pick on you, Mike, but. Okay, so let's pretend somebody has spec crude down in front of their place. That's been in place for 6 years. So in 6 years, you've basically missed out on 2 years of cover on gravel, because if you had no spec crude, you would have got 2 years of gravel placed in front. But because there's spec crude, you've missed out on that gravel. So now it's going to replace the spec crude, and now we're paying for gravel. I'm trying to figure out, number one, the gravel that was placed there has not gone anywhere, more or less. There might be some on the edges. But because you've missed out on 2 years of gravel application, now we're charging again for gravel application that you should have actually got a couple times previous. I find that unfair. But that's just me. And I'm not picking on you, because this is council that makes the decision. But that one kind of bothers me. Just to be out there.
Okay. So now you know when you gravel past Counselor Wickstock's house, you gravel on top of his spectrum.
Fair enough.
There you go. Don't bother putting it on the county road, just drop it in my drive.
Nice, yeah.
No, and, I mean, that's a legitimate point. There's a potential savings in gravel if it lasts 2 gravel application cycles. That potential, you know, for my 300 meters or whatever it happens to be, you've saved gravel. But I understand where you're coming from. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Christie?
Just a question I've been asked a couple of times. How do you make the decision when to tear it up? Sometimes it lasts for 3 years depending on traffic, sometimes 10 years depending on traffic. Who makes the decision when it gets tore up to start over?
Yeah, through the chair, definitely something that we're very cognizant of the cost that the ratepayer puts into that. And we do a fairly detailed analysis. Safety comes down to the number one. It isn't so much our maintenance program or anything like that. Is the road safe to travel over or not? And if we deem that it isn't, we'll try patching it as much as we can. We have a patching program for these sort of things too. But at some point, all of these do fail to a point that we need to tear them up. You'll see that we tear them up. Usually there's enough residual oil in there that will actually harden up. We won't necessarily gravel over it right at that. We'll tear it up, we'll remix it, we'll try and retain that dust-free surface as long as we can. But it is a degradable product, and it does have a lifespan in it, so.
Councillor Christie?
Just an observation that once you tear it up, it almost needs to not be redone for a year to repack it so that you have a base to work on. Because if you put spec crude on stuff that's tore up, it really doesn't last nearly as long the second time, I would guess. Because the base just isn't hard enough.
Yeah, and through the chair, like I say, that is, we always consult with the landowner there before we tear it up there. We make sure that they're aware of the reasoning behind it, allow them to consult with us. I think the policy actually has the CAO as the ultimate authority on that or designate to tear that up. So we really do want to have that communication with the resident before we do that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Penner, and then Councillor Cunningham.
Councillor Woodstock put out a statement or a question to Mr. Zier, and I was wondering what his response is to that, the unfairness for that gravel. Because technically, they don't get it for 2 years. So I just want to hear your thoughts. Sorry, I didn't give you an opportunity to hear your
So
thoughts.
can you, through the chair, can you repeat the question?
It's just the unfairness of that gravel cost on the spec crude because it's technically not being placed on those 2 years in between.
Right.
or however.
Yeah, and through the chair, that is something that when we started doing this analysis here, we looked at, because correct, these roads would be gravel throughout that process. We looked at what a true cost recovery would be on this for the installation of that, not taking into effect any of those other things. So if council, I mean, it is ultimately council's decision. If you like to look at those sort of parameters and see if they still make sense in this calculation here, knowing that those roads would be gravelled within our policy says 2 to 7 years, so technically how long that lasts, even the calcium at that point, if it falls within the cycle there. It's something that if council wants to have that conversation, I can look at either for this year or future years for revising this review.
So just a follow-up, maybe a clarification. So when we put calcium chloride down on an annual basis, so if I had calcium chloride instead of spec crude, each year that you put the calcium chloride down, you are putting gravel down in addition to the calcium chloride on those application spots, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct, yes.
Okay. On our normal road graveling program, do we estimate the cost per linear meter at that same value, 447 for gravel or not?
And through the chair, that is one that we've, so that's basically $24 per ton is what we've estimated that at. And that is where we feel in the realm, talking with finance, looking at asset management again, trying to quantify our stockpiles, our crushing, all those kind of things. That is where we feel like there's a fairly reasonable number for that. That number may change in the future depending on what our gravel resources are, but That's what we've utilized for the last number of years here.
Okay, so in our normal graveling program, we would guesstimate or estimate that as we're applying gravel to our roads, it's costing us about $4.47 a linear meter to gravel those roads.
On average, yes, through the chair. Yeah.
Good, thank you. And Councillor Cunningham, you did have a question?
Actually, I have a few questions that have come to me. So I know, like, we talk about cost recovery, and it says that actually the difference is 87,100 between the revenue and expenses. So if my understanding is correct, it would be that that money is maybe meant then for like the cost to the county, what it costs to the county to do that, or because like what was said to me on the weekend was, well, that's not cost recovery, the county's actually making money on that. So I'm just wondering how I can explain that maybe better.
Through the chair, for sure. So we did include an infographic just here if you wanted to utilize that for conversations with your residents, kind of identifying both the different streams of dust control there and what it relates to. So if we look at the calcium, the product cost, that is, we're buying the material from the supplier. If it's really, that does come down to 2 applications of calcium chloride, $2.17 per linear meter, just based entirely on product cost of that. Then if we look at the gravel, that's what I say we've estimated about $4.47 per meter for, that goes from supply, transportation, crushing, all those sort of things, excuse me, that attribute to that total cost. And then we look at the equipment and labor. So that is the county's resources, the county staff, equipment, graders, calcium trucks, and all those things attributed with that. Looking at those costs, that's where we figure it's around we've estimated about $2.82 per meter. So that is where we break it down into what the actual costs of these are. So that 87,000 would fall into the gravel and the equipment and the labor, which is the basically the unattributed costs that we're not billing out, that we don't have expenses for with our suppliers. 100 and, I guess, what would that be? Yeah, so the $109,000 is entirely paid out to outside suppliers last year. We paid $109,000 to our spec crude supplier, the material, the applicator truck for the spec crude, and supply of all that calcium that came to us. The rest of it is entirely in-house costs.
The direction from council, though, a number of years ago, is that we would be cost recovery on those applications, and that was to include our costs as well as just the cost of material. And so the decision by council, we used to subsidize both calcium and spec crude applications, and council decided that because it was an individual who was gaining benefit from that specific project, that individual should carry the costs of those applications. And so the expectation was that we would be including our labor and equipment costs plus our costs for the gravel as well. So what you're saying is in last year, we actually laid out that $109,465 to the suppliers of either spec crude or calcium. And the $87,100 is costs of gravel and our labor and equipment that is used in that program.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cunningham, you said you had other questions as well.
Yeah, and I know the comment that I had made to me in regards to that 87,000 was they felt that they were already paying for that rate. So, but anyhow, the other question that I had was, is there an avenue or an ability for residents that have done the spec crude or whatever dust suppression they choose to have it redone or to have any cost recovery due to the excess traffic that's been on in front of their places due to the fracking or oil field traffic? Because they feel that it's failed due to not the normal wear and tear of the roads. And is there any ability for them to have that redone.
So, Mr. Zier?
So through the chair, I really feel that's a council conversation. If council feels they would like to subsidize some of these based on traffic counts, based on use of that road, we're able to do what council wishes on these sort of things. If you'd like to have a different rate for high traffic roads, we can bring forward some suggestions on that in the future here. Really, if council has an appetite for that, we're able to investigate it deeper.
So I'm going to make two comments. One is the $87,100. It was a council decision that was direct benefit to individual ratepayers, and that the rest of the ratepayers shouldn't be paying that cost on behalf of those individuals. And so we directed transportation and our administration to make sure that those costs were covered by the people who are benefiting from the dust control. The second comment I'll make is, if a road is being used by an oil and gas company and they are responsible for the road while they're using it, if they cause failure to dust control, that should be covered in our road use agreements. And the only example I can give you is a number of years ago, oil and gas company was pulling water out of the Trochu reservoir, or actually not their reservoir, their lagoon, and they were using the road 23-4 that goes by my place, on which I have a spec crude application. They pushed that road right out. I mean, the whole road was basically ruined because of that traffic. The fixing of my spec crude was paid for by that oil and gas company, and the repair on that road was paid for by that oil and gas company. So my assumption would be that if we're in a road use agreement and a road is being used by a company for whatever purpose and they cause failure, it should be on them. It should be in the road use agreement. I don't know if I'm correct in that, but my understanding is that's the way it works. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, and through the chair, you are correct. Our road use agreement for the energy industry does include that stipulation that any damage to existing dust control is the responsibility of that applicant.
So then, please help me understand the process then. So if a ratepayer feels that their road and their dust control application has been caused to fail because of oil and gas or any other company that's using that road frequently and is in a road use agreement, the process would be is they would call the county and bring forward that complaint, and it would be assessed. How would that work?
So through the chair, when we get an application for a road use agreement, we have staff that go out and actually, on top of just analyzing the road to begin with, make sure that it handles that, that can handle that load or the number of trips proposed. We actually go out on camera. We do a video evidence of that road. That way, if there is claims that come back on these, we can point to it within a specific time frame and identify that likely this haul was the cause of that. When we look at higher traffic roads, when we look at number of different, if it's poor conditions to begin with, and it's a high traffic road that has different maybe ag traffic on it, that's where it gets a little bit muddier as far as making sure that we can point to one company and state that, or we make it a challenge on our claim on that, which to date, I don't believe we've had that instance occur, but because typically if it's within a short time frame, it's brought up right away, which is another big important part of it, is that we want these failures to be identified as soon as possible after, so we can tie them back to the existing road use. So, and then if we do have that review and deemed to be at the fault of the applicant or the energy company, the hauler, then we put the cost back on them.
Okay. Councillor Cunningham.
That's perfect. I think you'll be getting a couple phone calls from a couple of my people. So one other question, I can't remember if you did it last year, but people brought it forward to me that, oh, it's a lot less expensive for dust suppression in other municipalities. So do we have like a comparative of like kind of neighboring municipalities? Because I don't have that data, but I'd just be curious to know like how we we stack up to other municipalities.
Mr. Hogan?
Through Mr. Reeve, we've done that comparison in the past. Really what it all relates back to is a number of our neighbors still choose to subsidize that program. Council's decision in this county is not to subsidize it, going back to that direct use. So really that's the core difference between a number of those rates.
So really the conversation, if council chooses to make any changes here, is really council decision related to are we prepared to subsidize dust control for individual ratepayers and thereby give them a benefit that no one else is receiving? And then that would necessarily affect all of our conversations around cost recovery from direct benefit for all of our, and that would be on garbage and a number of other things that we would have to consider. And then the other question, as Mr. Zier has correctly pointed out, is if council wanted to provide a break on the spec crude side because of the 2 years of missed gravel application, well, that spec crude is in existence. And if it lasts 10 years, it could be 3 years of missed gravel application. And so those are council decisions and council direction to administration. So I guess that's something that we would have to decide prior to making the decision that's being asked of us here this morning. And I guess before we go into that, I need to ask you, Councillor Cunningham, is there any other questions that you had specifically related to your, okay? All right. So at this point, thank you, Mr. Zier. So at this point, it is a conversation that council needs to have around, are we affirming the cost recovery for direct benefit? And are we happy with the gravel and costs related to the spec crude application? And do we want to make any changes? So I'm open to hearing thoughts from council. Councillor Whitstock.
Well, I do realize that it's a policy that we have as council brought forward. But as I've been thinking about it, I feel that the gravel side on spec crude is a little bit unfair. So that being said, I would be in favor of removing the $4.47 per linear meter on spec crude applications. But I'm open to council's thoughts and feelings.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Whitstock. Are there any other thoughts, any other discussion, conversation? I might identify you and request you make an opinion. So, Deputy Reeve McGee, you want to comment?
I really appreciate what Councillor Woodstock is saying. Having heard that we will have gravel applied on average 2 to 7 years, there'll be times where that actually is the case, and there'll be times when that's not the case. And so where I came up with when I was hearing everything, I think maybe the compromise is just to still ask for half of that, because we are still, we're not gonna ask, I don't wanna ask our staff and administration to say, now which roads are 7 years and which roads are 2 years, and let's figure that all out, and that, right? I don't think we should do that. So taking the averages, I'd be much more comfortable still having something there for gravel, but not the full amount. So I suggest 50%.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Whitstock.
I guess my rebuttal to that would be, if you're only getting gravel once every 7 years, it's probably because that is not a high-use road. And if it's not a high-use road, you generally can live with a little bit of dust. When you get into a high-use situation, spec crude is probably the best way to go about it. Calcium is probably not the best way to go about it, but there is a reason that there's spec crude put in front of people's residences, and that is because it is a high-use road, and those high-use roads do see gravel. And I can speak to mine, yeah, it sees gravel once every 3 years, sometimes maybe even a little bit more than that.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Woodstock. Any other comments, discussion from council? Councillor Christie.
Just an observation, when I cross spec crude 9 times out of 10, you can feel the vehicle come up where the spec crude is because the other road grade is dropped down. So for sure that gravel that's under the spec crude is more stable than just loose gravel. So I mix between one or the other, so.
I find most spec crude to be traffic calming, because oftentimes at a certain period of its life, it starts to have a few holes, and it actually works to slow people down. Yeah, the first time maybe not, after they get pulled out of the ditch. Anyway, other comments, thoughts from council? It's been suggested that we consider a reduction in the gravel costs that are related to the spec crude application. So I guess I would be looking for thoughts from yourself, Councillor Penner, and yourself also, Councillor Cunningham, in terms of how you feel about a break on the gravel costs from the spec crude application side of things. Councillor Penner.
It's a tough one. I hear both sides here. I don't use spec crude, I use calcium. And yes, it used to be subsidized years ago. I didn't necessarily need to be subsidized in my area, but there are some around some of our CFOs where there is a lot of traffic and whatnot else, and it made good relations. But we are fully cost recovery here, so a few years ago we decided on that. I find it tough because even Mother Nature can affect my calcium, and I'm not getting subsidized for a third put down of it. And it's happened in the past. Mother Nature's rain fell at the wrong time and washed it off. And I will accept what council comes up with in the end and votes on, but I'm not sure where to go on this one.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Cunningham, any thoughts?
Yeah, I would be in favor of the reduction in cost for that. Just talking to people over the last few months, there seems to be conversation that I'm hearing a lot of people are going to forgo their dust suppression this year just due to the cost. So that's just something that I'm hearing in the neighborhoods.
Okay. So you would be in favor of a reduction in the gravel costs for the spec crude application? Okay. Councillor Woodstock.
Well, I know I've brought this up, and I don't know if it's appropriate, but I would like to make a motion that we remove the gravel cost, the $4.47 per linear meter on spec crude applications. Would that be appropriate at this point in time to put that motion forward, or do I need a notice of motion for the next meeting?
I think because we've been asked to set the rates for the 2025 year, if we're going to adjust the gravel costs within a spec crude application, then now would be the time. I think it would be appropriate that we, as council, would make a decision on whether we're going to reduce the cost for gravel under spec crude or not. And so it's not inappropriate to bring that motion forward now. So.
Okay, thank you for your wisdom, Mr. Reeve.
So the motion would be that Councillor Woodstock moves that council would remove the gravel cost, the $4.47 per linear meter from the 2025 spec crude application. So my assumption would be is we would see about a $4.50 reduction. So in that, if we vote to do that. Mr. Hogan, please.
So through Mr. Chair, I'm just going through the technical part of this, and I want to ensure that administration and council are both clear on what we were proposing here. So is this the motion to, I guess I can work this way. The motion to approve the rates, or is it simply the motion to adjust for further discussion?
So I'll let Councillor Woodstock maybe respond, but go ahead.
Well, I think if we vote on the motion, then we'll have a better idea on whether we're adjusting the rates or not.
Okay.
So that was just my thoughts, is let's vote on the motion, and then depending on which way it goes, then we can come up with cost per lineal meter on the dust applications after that.
Yeah.
Am I good with that?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't know that council is in agreement 100% on this one, and so I think it's appropriate that we vote to decide whether we're actually going to remove the gravel contribution from the spec crude.
Okay, so that council consider removing gravel, removing the gravel component of the spec crude. Okay, and we'll word it as the council consider. Okay.
Sorry, I didn't have a full thought out motion.
Councillor Christie, please.
Curiosity, how many meters is the average application of spec crude in front of a home?
Through the chair, last year we had, I believe, around 1.4 kilometers, 1,400 meters.
But per
But each
individual?
site, each site in front of a house, what would be the average? In front
Oh,
of-
sorry, in front of the house, our minimum is 125 meters. I'm not sure how it broke down across all the sites there.
I just have a quick, sorry.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor.
Just a
Cutter.
question to Councillor Cunningham. Are you hearing from your ratepayers on both sides, on the spec crude and the calcium? They're going to back it off, what they're having done?
Yeah, I've heard from both, yeah, that people will just choose not to do anything this year, yeah.
Okay, so I'm just wondering, it's unfortunate that we're hearing that, because we get the complaints on the dust and whatnot else, and as a county down the road, maybe we do need to look at being good neighbors, good relationship between the county to subsidize it, not just spec crude, but also calcium, but not necessarily this year, but it'll be good to see how many applications we get this year for both products, and then make a decision going forward.
Okay, I'm going to suggest that we table this discussion till after our delegation. And my last comment would be is if we're going to start to talk about not doing full cost recovery on gravel, we're going to have to extend that conversation much farther, and it's going to affect other programs within the county where we've gone to full cost recovery. Anyway, so I would entertain a motion to table this discussion. We will take a brief recess. Councillor Woodstock.
I would move to table this discussion until
After the
later
delegation?
later in the meeting.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. All those in favor? Okay, we are in recess for 5 minutes till 10 a.m. And we have a delegation at 10, so let's be prompt. No, it's no problem.
Then it's red.
So it is 10 a.m. and to respect the time of our presenter, Mr. Nociar, who's here today with us on behalf of Artis Exploration, I'm going to call our meeting back to order. And so welcome, Mr. Nociar. Appreciate you being here. And we look forward to hearing what you have for us today. But before we do that, I'm going to give council and administration in the room an opportunity to introduce themselves, and then I'll turn the floor to you. So, Councillor Cunningham, if you would, please.
Good morning, thanks for being here. Laura Lee Michelle Cunningham, Division 5, so north, south, east, west of Three Hills, so a very busy area for Artis.
Morning, Jerry Whitstock. I'm from the Acme-Linden area. Don't see much of Artis there, but have noticed some of the lines kicking around in the ditches.
Good morning, Debbie Penna, Division 2. I'm in the Swallow Carbon area.
Good morning, I'm Ken King, and as I've already introduced myself to you, but welcome.
Hello, I'm Faye McGee, Division 1.
Wade Christie, I'm in Division 6, so I'm in the northwest, just north of most of your stuff.
Mr. Hogan.
Morning, Mike Hogan, Chief Administrative Officer.
Good morning, Carolyn Vanderkool, Legislative Services Manager.
Hey, good morning, Bruce. I'm Mike Zier, Director of Infrastructure.
Sorry, Teresa Cochran, Director of Corporate Services. Nice to meet you.
And as I said, welcome, Bruce. We appreciate you being here today, and I'll turn the floor to you, and you can bring your comments. Just to let you know that we are live streaming as well as recording, and if you would use your microphone when you're speaking. Thank you.
So good morning.
So, sorry, Bruce, just push the button on your microphone. It should turn red. There you go. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing us to meet with you today. We are very, very much appreciative of the opportunity. I'll quickly introduce the team that we have here today. We have Scott Hansen. He's our Vice President of Production. We have Byron Wilkie. Byron's the face of Artis within the community. Byron is our Production Superintendent out of the Three Hills office. Shauna Burke-Martin is here with us. Shauna is our Property Tax Advisor. And my name is Bruce Nociar. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Artis Exploration. We have a short presentation for you today. We plan to share a bit about our history in the area. We'd like to talk to you about some of the significant investments that Artis has made and continues to make within the community in addition to property taxes. And then finally, we'd like to wrap up with a discussion on some of the potential concerns that we have with the upcoming property tax season. So with that, I'll jump into a little bit about Artis. Artis is a private company. We're focused on exploration, development, and production in the Duvernay Formation. We are the major operator here focusing on the Duvernay within the Trochu Basin. We've invested a significant amount of capital over the past 8 to 10 years, most of it within, say, the last 6 to 7 years, increasing production, generating royalties, and creating jobs for the benefit of Albertans. It's important to note that 100% of our company's assets are in this region. Not like some of the other companies that are spread over multiple counties. 100% of our assets are in this region with, I would say, 95% of our total capital investment is directly in the Kneehill County. We're growing organically through the drill bit, which means we've invested greater than 100% of our adjusted funds flow directly back into development in this direct area. We support the use of local services and contractors and have collaborated with local landowners and have many financial partnerships within the community. Some specifics on our local investments include we've invested approximately $5 million directly in donations and financial partnerships within the greater Kneehill County, Town of Three Hills, Trochu, and Linden. Annually, we do award some scholarships. You've probably seen our name on the Thrashers Junior B team. In addition, we also have some minor, although very important to us, initiatives, community initiatives such as local food banks and community organizations. Some non-tangibles, including we have some roaming security to help reducing crime in the area. We've been victims of it, and we have some roaming crime which we believe benefits others as well. We do take pride in working with the county collaboratively on dust control and road maintenance. As you know, we have some major equipment that does come through, so we really like to do our part to help clean that up and obviously work collaboratively with the fantastic crew that you have here. Our team would like to give kudos to the fantastic team. Cecil and the crew here have been fantastic to work with. We prioritize hiring locally. We hire summer students annually. I'd like to point out that we are proud taxpayers. I mean, there's a lot of news of companies, especially oil and gas companies, of unpaid taxes. We are very proud to say that we have never been part of that. Further to proud taxpayer, when we purchased our first property, our first oil battery in this area, some of you may recall back in 2017, we purchased it from a defunct oil company who was in arrears on taxes. We made it a priority that the proceeds of that sale went directly to pay those taxes in arrears. We were advised that there were ways to get around that, but our number one priority is making sure the county was paid first. I mean, I know we're boasting a little bit here, but we do feel it's important to highlight that Artis invests proudly, significantly, and in many ways within the community, in addition to paying taxes. This is a map. It just highlights the earlier point about where our assets are relative to Kneehill. You'll recognize the outline of Kneehill County, or at least the northern boundary in black. Yellow represents Artis's lands, and that is 100% of Artis's lands and development. The dots represent the surface locations that we have. And you can see that almost all of it is within Kneehill County. A little bit spills over to the north into Red Deer, and I think there's about one section in Mountain View to the west. But certainly far more than 95% of all investment that we've made has been directly in Kneehill County. So our assets, we've grown from one well, or about 100 barrels a day, to about 13,000 BOE per day over the last 10-year period, again, exclusively in Kneehill County. We take great pride in maintaining excellent relationships with our stakeholders, including County of Kneehill. One thing we'd like to point out too, we do have many years of development ahead of us, which will result in substantial further growth in the tangible and linear asset tax base. You know, we respectfully ask that this also be taken into consideration during your tax discussions this year and also in future years. So hopefully that gives you a bit of a background about Artis's history in the Kneehill area. This next slide represents really the main reason why we requested to be here today. This graph is a graphical view of our historical year-over-year tax increases that we have paid relative to the prior year. It's important to note that this is not a total taxes paid for the year, but it's an incremental over the previous year. Couple of points. We've had tax increases in all of the years, even in low activity years, and even through the periods where there have been incentives for drilling incentives from 21 to 23. That's not our concern. We see as we grow, we have additional tangible assets, and as we grow, we do expect that the tax base will grow and our total taxes will grow. What does concern us, though, however, is the last bar, the magnitude of it, and what potentially it means for future years, for development and for future years' tax. What the last bar is, it represents our forecasted increase in our total tax levy for 2025 relative to 2024. Represents a 126% increase in the linear assessment mainly versus 2024. And we recognize that part of this is related to the roll-off of tax incentives on new wells that were there between 21 and 23. However, I'd like to keep in mind, though, that these incentives were designed to do two things. Number one, to help stir investment. To that point, it was very successful. We have now built a very strong and growing addition to the county's tax base that will benefit the county for years to come. Secondly, it was put in place to help in the transition of an antiquated linear tax system that is actually punitive to companies like ours drilling horizontal wells, especially in basins like Trochu that are older basins. To accentuate that point, in our estimation, our assessed value is approximately 11% of the total linear assessment across the county, despite having only about 2.7% of the total wells within the county. It does highlight the punitive nature of our wells. They're longer and they're horizontal, and this legislation was put in prior to the advent of horizontal wells. So we do feel it's quite punitive to the taxes that the way they're calculated. To wrap up, this slide is a summary of our 2025 tax profile. We have new linear assessments in the order of about 65 million. Of that is about 45 million of previously exempt wells and pipelines that are rolling off. Our total linear tax increase is assuming the rates, if they were to be held at 24 rates, would be greater than $1 million, which would result in 126% increase year over year versus our 2024 tax levy. In addition to that, we have some nonlinear assessment amounts around $7 million, which would add about another $100,000. All in all, if the mill rate was to remain flat, our assessment increase would be $1.1 to $1.2 million over 2024. So with that, our ask is pretty simple. We respectfully request that the council considers supporting a reduction in the tax mill rates to help offset the large increases in the total tax levy payable this year and potentially until a reasonable resolution is made in the way the linear tax calculation is assessed. Now, we don't see that happening until later in 2028, but nonetheless, that's a request. Thank you again for allowing us to be here. We very much appreciate the opportunity, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nociar. Council questions? Okay, Deputy Reeve Mickey.
Thank you. I really appreciate your presentation, and it's excellent information. I also do recognize and appreciate, prior even to you being here, that you are a great community company.
Well, thank you.
And we appreciate the efforts you do that way. I do have a concern with the information you gave us. Not concerned, but I feel like there's a piece of data that I would love to be able to have had access to. When you did your grid about your tax increases, the years 2022 through to 2024 actually was tax increased, but you were forgiven those. So to say that it's been increased that much, I think is a bit of an inaccurate statement, because tax holiday doesn't mean you wouldn't have, do you know what I'm saying? But a tax holiday says you still would have had that tax assessed to you, but you don't have to pay it.
Are you referring like on slide, so just I want to be clear.
To your graph.
On the graph?
Yeah.
So for the amounts of, you said 22 to 24? So
Correct.
say the 24 was say roughly $200,000?
Right.
That was,
real.
So that's what you really did pay,
correct.
right?
Right.
But you did not provide us the information of, had there not been a tax holiday, what would you have had to pay?
Okay.
And so to me, it gives a false indicator of what a tax increase is. I believe what you could have had to pay if it wasn't a holiday is actually needs to be factored in to call this an increase in 1 year. It is not. It was, now you have to pay the full amount, whereas before you were forgiven the amount.
Right.
So I find this a bit of an inaccurate way of giving us your information. I still see how the hardship's there, absolutely. But I think it's really important for people to understand that you were not having to pay what that increase could have been had the provincial government said you didn't have to. We didn't get to say that, province did. So I think that's an important piece of information.
May I respond to
Yeah,
that?
absolutely, go ahead.
Thank you. No, that's absolutely fair assessment. There was definitely 3 years in there where we did benefit from the tax holiday, which we're aware of. To that note, though, our point is, you know, with that, the way it's calculated is just so punitive to companies like ours coming in terms of the horizontal wells and the way that calculation is made. We calculate a total of approximately, well, let me put it this way. The increase in tax that we are seeing this year if the tax levy was to remain at the 24 level would be 1.2 to 1.3. That exceeds the total tax holiday that we received over the 3 years. So as we see this moving forward year over year, you know, we see that being more than recouped, and you know, as I said, we see that to be a not a fair way to calculate the linear assessment. We recognize that it's the county doesn't have control over that. That is, our beef is more with the province on that, and we recognize that the county can only access or make changes through mill rates and that such. So that's why we're asking for a bit of a relief due to the inequitable calculation of that.
Okay, so your graph that you presented is quite factual in terms of the increased tax that you realized, even though it doesn't show the holiday portion. So when you show us the numbers, there was a slight increase in 2022 of a realized tax bill, 23 and 24. So in 24, you had a $200,000 tax increase that's real, not factoring in the tax holiday. So in the time of the tax holiday, as you did development, the surface equipment that was on your sites was being assessed. It's the downhole lines, the linear portion that was on the holiday.
Correct. It was the new wells that were drilled during that portion and the associated pipelines with them. All of previous wells were taxed at the full linear assessment rate. All of our surface equipment was taxed at the full. So we continued to pay
Even
that.
in the tax holiday years, the surface equipment was still being assessed and taxed.
Even during the tax holiday,
Yeah,
correct.
so it's the underground portion that
Correct.
was being forgiven or set aside in those 3 years.
Correct. And that's the portion. We don't have any concerns with the way the surface equipment is handled from a tax perspective. It's just the linear assessment that is very, very punitive for companies like us coming into basins like this.
Right, because you're not just going straight down, you go straight down and you go a long ways sideways.
Yeah, if I can give a analogy. So we could have a company who drills a 1,500 meter oil well right beside us. The surface facilities would be identical or look very similar as you drive by to what we have. We would have, say, 3 wells on a pad to minimize our footprint. But that would be a 1,500 meter lineal assessment. We would drill 3 6,000 meter wells because we're going down and out. So we would have 18,000 lineal meters. We would potentially, for the same looking site on surface, outside of 2 additional pump jacks, a 12 times increase in the assessed value. So that's where we feel is very inequitable, and that's why we've asked for, you know, some consideration in reducing the mill rate to partially offset that, because we feel we pay a disproportionate amount of taxes because of the linear assessment, which we do appreciate council does not control.
Yeah. Go ahead, Councillor Christie.
Question on the normal well production per year versus your well production per year. What's the income difference of the two?
So I think that bit of a loaded question, because I think you have to take the capital in as well. It depends on the zone. The county has a very vast array from shallow wells to Pekisko wells, which are older, to Nisku wells, to Duvernay wells. So there's a vast range. To answer that, our wells they cost significantly more to the tune of 5 or 6 or 7 times more, and they would be, say, comparable to a Nisku type well in terms of initial production early, we have a bigger longevity on the well. So it's a hard assessment because there's such a variety to compare to.
So potentially what you're saying is that if you're sitting beside a standard Nisku type well, your productive period might be much longer than what they would experience with that direct.
Correct. They may have, initial rates. So our initial rates would be, in the 800 barrels a day range, say. There's a lot of Nisku wells out there that are, 500 to 1,000 barrels a day. Typically our reserves are a little bit longer, so they're a lot longer life. Our wells, they decline quite rapidly, but then they'll be around for many years to come, which, will be good for the tax base as well.
Right. And as that production declines, that's where the linear starts to really hurt because of the length of it, right?
Correct. Yeah, and they generally will stay above the cutoff. So we were, penalized again where, our wells don't qualify for the reduction that some of the shallower wells and older wells did. And then the other part of that is the capital. So our capital this is a much more capital intensive play than historic vertical wells. So that factors into the economics as well.
Okay, and I guess the other comment I would make is, and I know you're very aware of this, is that when we look at that mill rate that's specific to what you're doing, if we adjust that mill rate for you, we adjust that mill rate for everyone, of course, and so that does have impact on revenue across the board for us here as the county. And I appreciate the argument that you're making in terms of that downhole and the infrastructure, the linear side of that, and how that impacts what you're doing. So the question I would have for you perhaps is if there's not a lot of flexibility from our point of view as far as the mill rate side of things, what else could we offer to Artis in terms of assisting in the payment of the taxes? So we have agreements with other companies where perhaps we've entered into a payment plan that eases that burden. It's not all one-time hit. Are there things like that perhaps we could put on the table beyond just mill rate, I guess, would be my question.
Absolutely, we'd be all ears to listen to options like that. I mean, any way you can spread out your capital throughout the year is a benefit to us. I mean, we are a very healthy company, so that's probably less of importance to us relative to the actual absolute tax amount that we have, that we would, like to actually put back in the community. We've, as I mentioned, we historically have put 100% of all our funds flow back in here. So that's more attractive to us. But yes, absolutely, that's very appreciate that as an option if that's the only options.
Okay, well, are there any other questions from council? Deputy Reeve McGee.
Are there other counties you have some wells on, or am I understanding presentation that it's just here in this area that you had on the map?
We have 3 or 4 wells that are up in the Red Deer. That's it. What you saw on the map is 100% of our asset base.
So your head office is in Calgary?
Correct.
Though all your work is here?
Correct. We have a gas plant and 3 batteries. Byron works out of the Three Hills office, out of the 433 gas plant.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Cunningham.
So just to follow up a little bit on what the Reeve said, and maybe not so much a question for you, but just a comment. I have heard that you folks are a phenomenal company, and I really do appreciate the money that you're putting back into our communities and the local services that you do use. That is much appreciated. When I read your presentation, what becomes a real hard part for me is I see many other companies in our area could say the same thing, the sponsorships, the food bank, right? So as a counselor, what is hard is, I don't know if you were here a little bit earlier, but we were talking about dust control. And the Reeve mentioned if we're going to do a reduction or a subsidization of that, we have to pretty much maybe look at it for everyone. So that's where it becomes very hard for us, right? Is if we do it for one, we pretty much do have to do it for everyone. So, and I know there's a context that you folks are paying way more, but I guess a small business owner or a farm or whatever, it's all, you know, revenue and income, right? And so that's just more of a comment that it is tough for us in that respect.
To that point, for, you know, we have partnerships with a lot of landowners with where our wells are. We do have a program where we do help out with dust control. If I may, maybe, you know, Byron heads that up for the area for us. If I could have him maybe give an update on what we've done in the past and how that may help your future discussion.
Right, and that's a great discussion I would love for the county to have. But even just in terms of like when we were having our previous discussion, if we, no matter what it is, if we do begin to subsidize, you know, something that the county offers. So I just mean in context of if we do this for your company, you can probably, by the time I get in my car, I'm probably going to have phone calls from other industries saying, oh, are you going to do that for us as well? So just like, it is a hard position to be in for sure. But again, I do appreciate the work that you folks do. And I do want to say, I know I live in an area where you guys are quite active and your, the vehicles and the traffic, very respectful. So I just want to say, I really appreciate that.
Thank you for that. That means a lot to us.
So I think that we recognize what you're asking from us, and we are very aware that you're quite active in our area, and we are appreciative of that. And as I've already said, whatever decision we make, basically, as Councillor Cunningham has emphasized, is it does have a spillover effect for us as well. And so Council will be having a conversation around what you've presented with us today. And unless there's other questions from Council, I'm going to say thank you. I do very much appreciate the fact that you're here and that you've brought your staff with you. And hopefully we'll be able to come up with something that might help. I don't know, but that's a Council decision and it's far beyond me. So I'm just one of 7. So appreciate you being here and thank you.
We appreciate you considering it, and again, thank you. We do appreciate the opportunity to meet with Council.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
All right. The next item in our agenda would be to go back and lift from the table our discussion around the 2025 dust control. So, Councillor Whitstock.
I would move that we remove from the table our conversation on dust control.
Okay, thank you for that motion. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. All right. So we'll go back to our conversation, and to summarize where we were, is we were in a conversation around a motion that was made that Council consider the removal of the gravel contribution to the cost of spec crude in the 2025 dust suppression year. So again, I've heard a suggestion perhaps that we remove it entirely, which is what the motion says. We had some conversation around a reduction in cost. Is there any further discussion to the motion that's in front of us before I call the question? So the motion is that we would consider removal of that contribution, so the $4.47 per linear meter from the cost for spec crude. And Deputy Reeve McGee, I saw your hand.
So I just want to check with Councillor Whitstock. Your intention with this is that you want to better define the cost. You're not suggesting this as a subsidy, but that you're saying in the definition of costs, this does not apply.
Yes, I don't see this as a subsidy at all. I see this as an extra charge which should not be there specific to the dust spectrum. I can see it happening with calcium, because I do notice that when calcium is placed, there is gravel put down every time. Of course, yeah, I don't see this as a subsidy. I just see this as a cost that is not pertinent to placing the spec crude down.
Okay, thank you for that. So the thought basically is because in the years that spec crude is on that portion of the county road, there is no gravel application in that time frame. So on the other hand, when the calcium chloride product goes down, every time that there is an application, which is every year, in most cases, there is gravel applied.
Correct.
Okay, so discrepancy in terms of the amount of gravel being placed on any given road over the period of an application of dust control. Any thoughts, clarification from? So if there's no further discussion, then the motion is in front of us that we consider removal of the gravel contribution. So that means that we would have further conversation when we got around to what the actual spec crude rate would be for 2025. Any further discussion? Are we prepared for the question? So this isn't setting the rates, this is just considering the removal of gravel. Are we ready? Okay, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And the motion is carried. All right. So that takes us back now to our conversation around the rates. So at this point, what has been suggested is that the calcium chloride product would be priced out at $11.50 per meter for the 2025 year. And currently, the recommended price for the spec crude is $56 per meter. And here's where we need to consider the removal of the gravel cost. And maybe Mr. Hogan or Mr. Zier, you could help me out. If we were to consider removal of gravel costs, what we would be talking about is the $4.47 per lineal meter. Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reid, that's correct. So you'd be looking at if there were any other amendments to the prices that council wished to make, if there was any subsidies that council wanted to consider, or basically anything else that would impact the overall price. And if not, and that's the only change that you're looking at making, then the discussion would be around the motion coming forward. Obviously, the $56 would change, and I believe that would become $51.53.
Okay, so discussion, direction from council. Not everyone at once. Councillor Whitstock.
Okay, since I've opened up the can of worms, I am willing to make a motion. I don't see it written here anyplace, but that full calcium chloride 2 applications remains at $11.50 per lineal meter. Top spray calcium 1 application at $5.75 per meter, and the spec crude to change the 56 per meter down to 51 and 53 cents per meter.
Okay, so we now have a motion, so it gives us something to sink our teeth into. The motion is that council approves the 2025 dust suppression rates as $11.50 per meter for full service calcium chloride application. I heard the $5.75 for single application of calcium chloride and $51.53 per meter for spec crude application. So thank you for that, Councillor Woodstock. Discussion. Councillor Cunningham.
So just for clarity, Councillor Woodstock said stay the same, I think, because that's what's in the package, but the full calcium chloride rate is going, last year was, 2024 was $10 a meter, and this year would be increasing to $11.50 a meter, correct? Okay.
Just getting the full wording of the motion in place. Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Vanderkoel. So I'm going to toss my oar in the water, I guess, and I'm somewhat opposed to removing the gravel cost, as you probably noted from my vote on the previous motion. It is a cost to the county when we do that, and I do recognize Councillor Woodstock's argument that in the years that the spec crude application is down, we are actually saving money by not having to apply gravel on that portion of the road that has the spec crude. And I do recognize that our roads are being graveled on a cycle, some 2 years, some much farther out than that, depending on traffic. But I also recognize Councillor Woodstock's argument that if they have spec crude down, there's probably a reason for spec crude, and that's the amount of traffic that they're receiving going past. And so I'm a little bit torn, but I also recognize when we go out to do the job, there is a cost there for us. So I'm open to council. This is the motion that's in front of us, and unless there's a bunch of discussion around it, you know where we're going, which is I'm going to ask the question. So discussion. Councillor Penner.
I'm torn on this one too, but I can accept it. The calcium is rounded, and I feel that the calcium chloride should be rounded too, just to make the accounting side much easier, and I'd like to see it at 52.
Okay, are you suggesting amendment to the motion, Councillor Penner?
Yes, I am, and it's just on the accounting side, just even for Joe average, just round them off.
Okay, so $51.50 or $52?
Doesn't really matter, but the 53 is just over halfway, so I'm going up to 52.
Okay. It's like being in the grocery store, they're rounding up. Okay, so we have a suggestion. So are you making that motion, that amendment into a motion then, Councillor Penner?
Yes, I'd make that motion.
Okay, so there's suggestion of an amendment to our motion. So what we would be doing is voting on the amendment that the spec crude application move from $51.53 to be rounded to $52 per meter. For a minute there, I thought we were going to see 52,000. And that motion is made by Councillor Penner. So this would be amendment to the motion. So council amend this cost of spec crude. For the 2025 year. Can we specify that it's for the 2025 application year? Oh, yes, it is a secondary to, so yes, thank you for that, I appreciate that. Okay, so what we're voting on here would be an amendment to the motion, and Councillor Penner made this motion, that we amend the spec crude application price to $52 per meter. So what we would be doing is changing the motion made by Councillor Woodstock and amending the price just on the spec crude. Any discussion to the amendment to the motion? This is your chance to contribute to the conversation around the amendment to the motion. Councillor Woodstock, is there something you wanted to comment on?
No, I don't. But I don't know why the cost of gravel is $4.47. It should have been rounded up to $5.
Oh, ouch. Well, that was a comment, okay. Thank you for that. So the motion is to amend. This is an amendment to a primary motion. So any discussion to the amendment, which is $52 per meter?
If council feels it should be at $51.50, speak up.
So the only comment I am going to make is I am opposed to a price reduction period, just because of the spillover effect that it has on other people who are paying full cost for their services being provided. So any further discussion? If not, I'm going to call the question. Okay, so I'm going to call the question. The motion is that we amend the spec crude application cost price to $52 per meter. This is an amendment to the primary motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Oh, shit, it's tied. So it's tied. So this motion fails. So we go back to the original motion, which is to set the rates at $51.53. Let me go back to there. $11.50 for full service calcium chloride application, $5.75 for single application calcium chloride, and $51.53 per meter for the spec crude application. So that is, now we're back at the original motion. Is there any discussion to this motion? And again, I'll put my caveat in there that I am opposed to any cost reduction that's below full cost recovery. And I recognize the argument, so. Any further discussion? Are we prepared to vote? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to call the question. The motion is that council approve the 2025 dust suppression rates as $11.50 per meter for full service calcium chloride application, to $5.75 for single chloride chloride application, and $51.53 per meter for spec crude application. That's the 2025 dust rates. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Sorry, Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, just something that I didn't catch until too late. I assume that we've got per meter listed on the other rates, the 575 per single calcium chloride, we'd add per meter in there.
Okay, yes,
That doesn't change the intent of the motion, it's a clarification, but.
okay. So behind calcium chloride in the second single application would be a per meter. Okay, so that motion was carried. So, Mr. Zier, I assume you have your marching orders for 2025.
Thank you very much for the discussion, Council.
All right, so thank you for that. Before we start our next discussion, I'm going to suggest that we take a 10-minute breather. I need to refill my teacup, so we're in recess till 10:55. So it is 10:54, and I'm going to call our meeting back to order. And the next item on our agenda is 6.1.1, which is redesignation from ag to LRC, which would be local
Rural commercial.
rural commercial. Okay, thank you. And anytime you're ready, welcome, Ms. Hazelton.
Thank you. Good morning, Reeve, members of council. I'm presenting on behalf of Brandy this morning, as she's out and about right now. But this is an application, and we're just bringing it to get it into the queue for first reading and to set the public hearing. So Nalini Ramden is the current landowner of the southwest of 293124 west of the 4, Plan 9410761, Block 1. And they have granted Alexander Kosmak the authority as the agent to apply to redesignate a portion of the land to local rural commercial. The subject land is southwest of the town of Three Hills, approximately 4.2 miles. Redesignating a portion of the land would allow automobile parts storage on the north portion of this property. The purpose of the local rural commercial district is to allow commercial development in the rural part of the county. Motor vehicle servicing, repair, and storage is a permitted use within the local rural commercial district, which would allow the applicant to store automobiles and parts on the premises. Kneehill County's land use bylaw defines motor vehicle servicing, repair, and storage as a facility or area for the maintenance of motor vehicles and includes the supply and sale of fuels, oils, lubricant, tires, and other parts and accessories, and the storage and protection of vehicles both indoors and in secured and screened compounds. The property is accessed via Township 31-4. The applicant intends to utilize the existing accessory buildings for automobile part storage and install screening where automobiles will be kept until dismantled at the applicant's shop in Calgary. Notices are a requirement of Section 601 of the Municipal Government Act. They must be done by an advertised method in accordance with Kneehill County's advertising bylaw, which notes the Three Hills Capital and Kneehill County website as our official means for notification. As part of our process, we do continue to mail notices to adjacent landowners and referral agencies within 1 mile of the site who could be considered potentially affected parties. The internal Kneehill County departments are included in the agency referral, and landowners within that 1 mile will also receive the referral notice. Any person who claims to be deemed affected must be allowed to be heard by council. First reading is the mechanism for moving an application into the process, and then you'll see listed in the RFD to the uses that would be introduced on the area that is the potential for the redesignation. So we're here, and our options are for council to move first reading of the proposed bylaw, and then to schedule the public hearing May 27th at 10 a.m. And if you so choose to alternate that date and time, you can certainly do that.
Okay, thank you for that. So this is a redesignation application, and all the development approval process would follow once this would happen.
Correct, if they are successful.
If they are successful. Okay, so are there any questions about the redesignation from ag to local rural commercial? Councillor Cunningham, please.
So just a question that came to me, I think it was last fall or early winter, I believe this came before us, and then it was canceled. They originally were going to amend to light industrial. So just wondering what would the change, if the project has changed, or what would be the change in district use?
So yes, the project has changed. A lot of that information will be part of that public hearing. So originally they were wanting to do more of that work at the site, and they aren't doing that now. It will all be through the Calgary site. So it'll basically be that storage area.
Okay. Are there any other questions regarding the redesignation? And our process would be as we do first reading to the proposed bylaw, and we would then set a public hearing. What's the wish of council? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I move that we have first reading of proposed bylaw 1918 for the purpose of amending land use bylaw 1808 by redesignating the portion of the southwest 293124 west of 4, Plan 9410761, Block 1, from Agriculture District to Local Rural Commercial District.
Okay, thank you for that. So we do have a motion. Is there any discussion to the motion? Okay, the motion is council move first reading of proposed bylaw 1918 for the purpose of amending land use bylaw 1808 by redesignating a portion of Southwest 1931-24 west of 4, Plan 9410761 from Block 1 from Agriculture District to Local Rural Commercial District. If there's no discussion, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. So the only other motion would be to set the public hearing. Councillor Penner, please.
I'd make that motion that council move to schedule the public hearing as section 216.4 and 606 of the Municipal Government Act to be held on May 27th at 10 a.m.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so we have a motion to set a public hearing on May 27th, 2025 at 10 a.m. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Hazelton.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is Legislative Services, Bylaw 1919, Procedural Bylaw. And Ms. Vanderkool, my agenda says this is you.
Thank you, Mr. Eve.
So anytime you're ready.
We have in front of you today a copy of our current procedural bylaw with amendments. Council had a chance to review these amendments at the last week at the Committee of the Whole meeting. The majority of the changes proposed today are because of the implementation of Bill 20 back in October 31st, 2024, which includes mandatory provision to allow virtual attendance at public hearings and the management of council members' conflict of interest provision. The rest of the changes were done as part of a general review to improve clarity and ensure alignment with best practices. Changes are made in the bylaw in red font, and then the changes made after the Committee of the Whole meeting are in blue. Some of other key changes to the bylaw include the definitions included for electronic means, group and public hearing, and the public hearing scheduled through special council meeting, and the removal of the friendly amendment definition. Under the role of the Reeve, removing permission to invite people forward from the audience to speak, added acting chair. No provisions were currently in place to select acting chair. Under regular meetings of council, more clarity on how regular meeting dates will be set. Under special meetings, the title was changed to special council meetings. Clarity regarding organizational meeting procedures and agenda. Align delegation request deadlines with the corresponding deadlines for administration reports. And then the big one, meetings under electronic means. Council members are still able to attend council and committee meetings by electronic means. And the public are now able to attend public hearings by electronic means. Council members may attend closed sessions via electronic means during regular council meetings or Committee of the Whole meetings. However, they cannot participate in closed sessions held during public hearings due to meeting security considerations. Recording, broadcasting, and other streaming council's special Committee of the Whole public hearings, organizational meetings title changed to recording and live streaming meetings. Addition of the official record of meetings shall be approved minutes as required by the Municipal Government Act. And under emergency business, wording county manager changed to chief administrative officer. Under proceedings, pecuniary interests removed from here and placed in section 41. Recording of motions removed from here and placed in section 40. And recorded vote removed and put into section 40. Voting on motions title changed to voting and recorded votes. No provision was in place for the process of how votes are taken regularly and during a recorded vote. Voting pecuniary interest and conflict of interest process identified if a councillor has a pecuniary interest or a conflict of interest was added into that section. Public hearing, part 6, amended for the allowance of virtual attendance at a public hearing. A process has been outlined for participants who wish to speak virtually during the public hearing. And after the committee of the whole, we added new for better clarity. If anyone can, is that anyone can still listen and to watch the public hearing through Kneehill County's live stream without prior registration, and only those who wish to speak virtually regarding the bylaw need to follow the specified registration process. Process for meetings that will meet or exceed the seating capacity of council chambers was added, and because of the conversation at the committee of the whole, removal of any reference to friendly amendment. So the new proposed bylaw 1919 would repeal and replace the current procedural bylaw 1846. Council has a couple options today. They can pass all 3 readings to bylaw 1919 with unanimous consent for 3rd reading, pass 2 readings to bylaw 1919 and bring a 3rd reading to the next council meeting, direct administration to bring further information or receive for information. And that's the end of my report.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Ms. Vanderpool. So, we have had discussion on this previously, but is there any discussion, questions, or comment on the bylaw 1919, which is procedural bylaw? Councillor Cunningham.
Okay, I'm going to beg forgiveness because I should have asked this at the Cal meeting, but just some clarity for me on the withdrawal of a motion, number 29. So if I understand that correctly, that is a motion that has to be voted on by council and must receive unanimous consent. Does that make sense how I'm reading that?
So once a motion has been made, and I've read it, it belongs to council or the committee. And the way this reads, it can only be withdrawn by the mover if we give unanimous consent. And you are correct in reading it that way. Yeah. And if it's withdrawn, then it's like it never happened. Mr. Hogan, did you want to add comment to that?
Through Mr. Reeve, you're correct, is that if really the unanimous consent tool is one that prevents having to go through a formal motion and a much more formal process. Formal is not quite the right word, but it allows you to abbreviate the process if everyone's in agreement. If somebody isn't in agreement though, because that motion now belongs to the group, then you would have to go forward with a formal vote and all the other things that come with it.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Cunningham.
Again, one more, and this is that, this will be more just maybe for whoever is sitting around the table next time. I really, and I know we always get it's always been done this way, but I do find the meetings of like today, when we've had a long weekend with a Friday and a Monday off of staff, I sometimes do find it a little difficult. Sometimes I do have questions, and of course I never want to bug anybody on a weekend, so sometimes I think maybe moving a meeting to a Wednesday, there might be some benefit to that. And then I also, I mean, I don't know, but I do worry sometimes that maybe that Tuesday after a long weekend, maybe there's some staff that ends up having to work the Monday. I mean, I don't know, but yeah, it would just be something maybe next time that would be I or somebody else would put forward. I just think sometimes it's a little trickier on the long weekends, but.
So it's entirely within council's purview at the organizational meeting. If there's a meeting like today that immediately follows a holiday, we could move our meeting from the Tuesday to the Wednesday, if that was the wish of council. And if administration came forward with a solid argument to say it would be more beneficial for them, I think we would consider it quite readily. Okay, are there any other questions or comments related to the procedural bylaw? If not, I would be looking for direction from council as to what you would like to do moving forward. Councillor Woodstock.
I would make the, excuse me, I would make the motion that council provide first reading to bylaw 1919, that being a bylaw for the purpose of regulating meeting procedures for council and council committee meetings.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion to provide first reading to bylaw 1919, that being a bylaw for the purpose of regulating meeting proceedings for council and council committee meetings. Any discussion? Not seeing any, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Councillor Christie.
I'd move second reading of bylaw 1919, that being a bylaw for the purpose of regulating meeting proceedings for council and council committee.
Thank you, Councillor Christie. So we have a motion now to provide second reading to bylaw 1919, that being a bylaw for the purpose of regulating meeting proceedings for council and council committee meetings. Any discussion? Not seeing any. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Cunningham.
I'll move that council provide unanimous consent to hold third reading.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cunningham. So we have a motion now that we provide unanimous consent to hold third reading. I don't see any discussion. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. So then we would entertain one other motion. Deputy Reeve McGee.
That council provide third and final reading to bylaw 1919, that being a bylaw for the purpose of regulating meeting proceedings for council and council committee meetings.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve McGee. So we now have a motion that we provide third reading to bylaw 1919, that being a bylaw for the purpose of regulating meeting proceedings for council and council committee meetings. No discussion, so all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously as well. Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Vanderkoel. The next item on our agenda is disposition of delegation and public hearing business, and 8.1 is the delegation from Artis Exploration. Ms. Vanderkoel, I guess you're on this one as well.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. So we heard earlier from Artis Exploration. The purpose of their presentation was to communicate the financial implications of tax revenue changes and assessments-based adjustments, including the expiration of well and pipeline tax holidays and the addition of new infrastructure as they relate to Artis Exploration. So, council, it's up for council discussion of how they want to deal with their presentation.
Okay, thank you for that. So we had Mr. Nociar here this morning to talk to us about Artis and the impacts of the expiring tax holiday on their linear assessment, and to make a request that we consider providing some relief. So we have a couple of options. We can suggest options for Artis, or we can just receive for information. Or we can ask for further information. Councillor Woodstock.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I was wondering if maybe the CAO could provide some information on what the tax holiday actually saved Artis over the past 4 years.
Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, unfortunately, to you, Councillor Woodstock, I don't have that particular answer in front of me. I did ask our finance team to run some numbers for me, and they were able to dig into it a bit. It's just that particular component of the data I don't have. But what we did look at, and through our finance team, is Artis's projection that their taxes will increase by north of $1 million this year is accurate. So we're, again, they've put it in a bar chart, so it is, they have put it out there publicly. So I will say this, we're anticipating that their tax bill will increase by 1.08 million. So
Just a question, so that tax bill increase will also include the education portion, the requisition?
no.
Okay, that's just the municipal portion?
Yeah, so I'm coming, yes, and I'll come to that. So you're looking at 1.08 million. That's of course, I know what Artis presented to you is that if our mill rate was maintained at the previous year's level, as council knows, that mill rate decreased. So that brings that number down a bit. Of that 1.8 million, we're projecting that 937,000 of it is directly related to the ending of the tax holiday. So it's about 87%.
Sorry, would you say that number, 937?
937,000.
Would be related to the ending of the tax holiday.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
So that's assessment that was brought online during the tax holiday, but as the holiday is, as the name implies, they had a holiday from paying tax on that assessment. Now that the province has ended that holiday, that assessment becomes taxable. So that's the change from prior to now. How that breaks out through the years, we don't have that. In addition to that, we anticipate that there'll be a roughly $286,000 additional in requisitions, which of course, as we talked earlier, the county is the collector, but we don't control that component of it.
So Mr. Nociar, when he was here, was correct in saying that the increase in the tax bill basically wipes out his tax holiday money. He said that the savings they had over the 3 years was about equivalent to the increase in tax for the 2025 year. So my understanding of what he said is they had about $1 million plus savings in the last 3 years, and that's going to be evaporated. And from the numbers you've given to me, it's going to be evaporated.
Through the chair, yes. I did find that statement was, when I went through that statement, the idea behind the oil and tax holiday is that, yes, they did save that money over the holiday. If the holiday wasn't in place, they would have paid that money each year.
Yes.
In there. So in reality, they would still be paying the same amount today, whether the holiday was in place or not. They just got to save that money for 3 years in there. So I would argue that any industry, Artis or any oil and gas industry that had that holiday still benefited from that holiday. The choice to bring on additional infrastructure would have come with a projection of additional taxes once it was known that the oil and tax gas holiday was ending, that it wasn't a perpetual thing. The other thing I'd note that in addition, and this now is not specific to Artis, but to any oil and gas company that benefited from the holiday, is any infrastructure brought on during those 3 years that the holiday covered, there was no taxes paid on that, but when in the yearly assessment of that, there would still be depreciation applied. So a facility that was brought on in the first year of the oil and gas, of the tax holiday, didn't pay taxes, but it also got to depreciate for 2 years before it started to have to pay taxes. So there's a bunch of intricacies similar to that. The other component of the presentation that I don't feel was in alignment is the example of the horizontal wells as an example. So assessment, when municipalities do assessment, it takes a number of different forms. And so if you look at your house as an example, your acreage, so whether that's an acreage, a hamlet, home, anything like that, that assessment is done on a market basis. So a willing buyer, willing seller, mass appraisal techniques. So they basically are, I'm going to simplify it again, but are averaging out or looking at, if you have a 1,200 square foot home with 5 bedrooms and a finished basement on a standard size lot, they're not necessarily worried about whether you have quartz countertops or not. It's what does generally a house like that get assessed at, There might be some little things that they take into account here and there. You know, maybe you have a garage, maybe you don't, but they look at the sales prices on those properties, and that's how they determine what is the market overall, and how does this group of properties compare. So that's how you do residential. When you get into regulated assessment, and that now in regulated assessment, you remove the market component of it. It's not based on market forces. So the couple of types that we deal with in terms of regulated assessment that Kneehill County would be directly familiar with is, one, we have farmland. So farmland is not taxed or assessed on a market basis. It's a regulated assessment, and so that is the powers that be have put basically assigned a price to farmland based on the quality of that land, or what they perceive as the quality of that land, and that becomes the taxable component of that land. So I think we've had discussions before during budget, the average quarter section in Kneehill County is, from a tax perspective, is valued somewhere in the mid to high 30,000s, give or take that ballpark, but that's about where it is. So that's a form of regulated assessment. When you get into industrial assessment, the kind that a large portion of Artis or any oil and gas tax company is done, is you're into regulated assessment, and it's on a cost basis. And there's lots of other moving parts to this. There's assessment year modifiers, there's depreciation forms, there's costs they're allowed to exclude, but it is on an at cost basis. So you take, what did it cost you to build that thing? And that's what becomes the taxable component of it. Now, like I said, there's a whole bunch of other moving parts, and I'm simplifying it quite a bit. There's a whole bunch of things that get to come off that. For example, labor is a cost, the premium on overtime is not, right? So there's a bunch of other things like that. That's just to demonstrate that it's there. But essentially it's at cost. What did it cost you to build it? And that becomes its value, right? Subject to depreciation over time and other stuff. So when the comment gets made that there's a facility above ground and it looks the same as the facility beside it, the look is irrelevant, because if one facility is running 1,500 meters straight down, but the other one is running 6,000 meters in all directions, regardless of what it looks like on the surface, it's a much bigger facility that costs a lot more to build. And so under a regulated at-cost assessment system, it's going to be taxed and assessed at a higher value. And I think that's its way of recognizing, even though they might, the housings or the pump jacks on top or what the shacks, whatever, look the same, they are not the same facility in those examples. Now, if you were running horizontally 1,500 meters or down 1,500 meters, then you would expect the assessments to be comparable. You'd expect the cost to be relatively the same to build those, right? So there's a lot of intricacies in the background of how those costs get determined. But in terms of what was put out as the unfairness of linear assessment, that entire process is a provincial process, and that's actually currently what they're in I'm going to use the word process too many times if I went through with that sentence, but the assessment model review is looking at that exact thing. But again, that's a provincial process that's outlined in the minister's guidelines. There's a number of other related documents that I won't go through the acronyms of them, but that all tie into that, whether it's telecommunications, rail, pipelines, machinery and equipment like pump jacks, things like that. So that is the process that the province is undertaking right now, and it's not one that we have as a county. We don't dictate how that assessment occurs.
So assessment would take no consideration of production on that well, just what the equipment is. And he skirted that question really well.
Yeah, the other component in there, and it would depend on the types of facilities that any company has. You've got the assessment system, and then intertwined and woven in there, you have tax policy as well. And so those are things that for different types of industrial assessment, whether they're pipelines as an example, pipelines never come on but the books at 100%. They automatically come on at, I think it's 67%. but they also don't decrease or they don't depreciate, so they stay at 60. An oil and gas facility, like some of the ones I suspect Artis would have, and I won't say this for certain because I'm not intimately familiar with they have, a number of theirs would come on at 75 or 77% and depreciate from there, and that's standard for some machinery and equipment. That's an artificial tax policy. So they're only coming on at, a lower amount. That being said, they also don't go below 40% at the bottom end. So there's tax policy on both sides that cover that off and make the whole thing more convoluted. But again, those tax policy components are again provincial. They're not municipal. It's not Kneehill County that outlines that depreciation schedule. So as they go through, the reference to shallow gas, I took that to mean, and this is just my understanding of the statement that was made, if Artis is working, which I believe they are mostly in that conventional type field, then he's right. They wouldn't be subject to the shallow gas tax reduction. And I've got to rephrase what I just said. The shallow gas assessment reduction. So back in 2019, I believe it was 2019 or 20, the province implemented a assessment reduction, 35% on shallow gas facilities. So a number of oil and gas assets, in particularly the eastern part of the county, would be subject to this. And what that did is it, again, provincial policy, reduced oil and gas assessment on applicable shallow gas developments by 35%. And so that meant what you're actually taxing got reduced. That's a decision that reduction hit Kneehill County for $1.9 million a year. And that's $1.9 million every year. And that reduction is still in place. And so Mr. Nocier's statement that their infrastructure doesn't get that benefit if they're in the conventional field, which I believe they primarily are, if not all of their operations, then he's right, because that would apply to shallow wells and oil and gas, shallow gas extraction. But that particular holiday, or it's not quite a holiday, but that particular program of that arbitrary reduction is still in place today, and I believe is intended to stay in place until at least the end of the assessment model review, which is still 3 years away.
So one of the things, I know he's looking for a reduction in the mill rate, and we did slightly reduce our mill rate on that type of assessment this year. And one of the things I mentioned in the conversation while he was here, and although he said they're in a strong financial position and that he didn't see paying his taxes as a major problem, would we be open to allowing them to go on a tax payment plan? Or would we even offer that and see if they're interested? Deputy Reeve McGee.
Do we not have a policy around how they can do that outside of council already? Like we already set how others do that? Like administration has the power to do that if they need be. I guess is what I'm asking,
Well,
right?
I guess what I tried to suggest to him is that he could get into a TIPS program, tax installment payment program, which we have in place. And maybe we accept his presentation and administration understands that maybe they could just have a conversation with him around, you could either pay it all at once or you could pay it in pieces. But at this point, we expect to be paid. And I sympathize, but I mean, they've taken advantage of the tax holiday. And I also recognize, he says we put 100% of our money back into more development. Well, you do that and it's going to increase your tax assessment.
That's your business plan. Be worthy.
And I appreciate the fact that the majority of what they're doing is here. So the suggested motion is we receive for information. What's council's wish? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I make the motion we receive the presentation as information.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion to that motion? Not seeing any, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next item on our agenda is council and committee reports. And I'm going to exercise my prerogative, and we're going to skip 9.1 until I do my Division 7 report. Division 7 report. Okay. And we'll, yes, and we'll go directly to Division 1 report.
I don't, excuse me. Thank you. I don't have a lot to add to what I submitted. I am available, though, for any questions or further discussion. I also did want, though, the one other piece is I do want to, again, bring emphasis to the fact that council chose to send our business representative to Cape, Amy Merrill, to the EDA Experience Leaders Summit. And I think that was really a valuable thing to do. She has some great feedback. She's already connecting with people with some of the information she has, and it's going to be fruitful, I think. So I failed to give her direction on what we want for a report from her, so that's still coming forward. Otherwise, I'll take questions.
Any questions for Deputy Reeve McGee? I'm not seeing any, so we're going to go on to Drumheller Solid Waste. And Councillor Penner, if you would, please.
I attached the agenda. Does anybody have any questions that you'd like me to elaborate on? I will, just to let you know that all the minutes and everything to do with Drum Solid Waste is forwarded to administration here. And there's been a much better communication with the operations side of it. They get, when the trucks are down, that kind of stuff over the last 12 months, whatever, it has improved greatly. The communication between all the different sites of this organized, or the municipalities that belong to the solid waste. And just a heads up for administration, there may be a request for a bylaw to do with transfer sites. And the reason this is coming forward is because we have trouble with the trucks hauling the garbage, and it just came out recently, there was a massive delay because there was some, what would you say, construction material in one of the trans stores, not in Kneehill County, but, and the truck, it got lodged in the truck. And so there, so that's put everything back. There was an expense to that and whatnot else. So it's possibly coming forward. I think it was forwarded from the Drumheller CAO, one that they have within the town, but we may be being asked very soon to draw up a bylaw for the transfer sites so that that cost is put back on, if we can prove it, who put the garbage in the thing, or who put the hot ashes in there and things like that. So that is coming forward, possibly, if from one of the meetings coming forward, if the rest of the board thinks it's valuable.
Okay.
It's all good.
Any questions for Councillor Penner? I saw in your minutes that there was a report on airspace 2025. Do they have lots of airspace?
No, and that number continually changes, but yeah, we have enough for quite a few. In cell 2, I believe it's something like 28 years, sorry, in cell 2, and then when cell 3 is, there's another 30 to 40 years of space. Okay. But that airspace number changes lots, depends on the company who seems like who does the review and the formula. There is a technical formula for that, and so you would have noticed also that MNP is now our auditors down there, and we are still working on 2023, which is very upsetting, and the management at the landfill knows that the board is very upset over that, but they were to present at this meeting, and there was some questions, further questions and clarification they needed, so we are having a special meeting on May 2nd to finalize the 2023 and to proceed with the 2024 very quickly. So now that we've found an auditor, and one that multiple municipalities have been using, hopefully the 2024 will go by very quickly. And we've also had to hire assistance from an accountant to come in to get the books up to standard in order to provide that information to the auditor. So it's been a long process, a frustrating process, but we have stressed it to the management at the landfill. This is so important. It needs to be up to date at all times.
Okay, thank you for that. The next item would be my report from Division 7. And just to keep you up to date, the FCSS minutes were included, but my comments are Kneehill Regional FCSS continues to do the great work that they do in supporting youth, family, and seniors. And we are currently focused on finalizing the FCSS director's job description and preparation of recruitment for a new director. As, of course, Shelley is considering retirement. And then Trochu Housing Corporation, it says there's pictures attached, but they're not attached, and Miss Vanderkoel's gonna put them on the screen. So the pictures are just to give you an idea of progress that's being made. A great part of the foundation is already in place, phase 1, 2, and 3, and they're currently working on phase 4. So if you could just scroll slowly up. So there's the footings and excavation for phase 4. There is, you can go right by that one, it's just storage pictures, it's just curiosity. Here we have backfill going on in phase 3, I believe that is. And you can move on up if you would please. And more backfilling on phase 3. And if you like pictures of footings, there you go, there's more footings for phase 4. So the work is progressing. The other comment I'll make is the loan guarantee with the town of Trochu has been signed. There's some little hiccups in terms of dealing with the bank, but it's going forward. The conversations with Covenant Health have been much more positive as well. So I guess I stirred the pot a little bit and I pushed a few buttons. So some people, maybe they're not happy I pushed their buttons, but part of the conversation that was missing was just not a two-way conversation and not necessarily 100% strictly on the part of the healthcare provider. And then my last item is, of course, the annual meeting at the East Cooley School Museum for Travel Drumheller. And I had never been out as far as East Cooley or to the East Cooley School Museum. And that's a very interesting location. The majority of the information that's coming out of that meeting, I'm going to leave for Ms. Gabrant and Kester to bring to us. But I was able to meet the new Travel Alberta manager, Destination Development, Cameron Spence, and Vanessa Riviere, Travel Alberta's Director of Tourism, Investment, and Commercial Partnerships, both of whom are very desirous of working with Kneehill County. And both of our economic development officers are in current conversations with those two people. And so it was worthwhile, if only just to meet those two individuals. So that was the end of my report. And if there's nothing further coming out of that, then Division 5, Councillor Cunningham.
Awesome, thanks. So just a quick review. I attended the Alberta Seniors and Community Housing Convention, March 31st to April 2nd. And of course, I think we all say when we attend conventions, the networking and sharing of information is one of the highlights. So Councillor Phobes, who's the chair of Kneehill Housing, and I share at a table most days with a member of council from Wheatland County and Wheatland Housing, so it was really helpful to learn from them, and just with them being neighbors, just to kind of share our joys and challenges that we all face. Highlights of the convention, the opening speaker, keynote speaker was Daniel Lewis, very dynamic and energetic. He talked about he helps teams turn their personality into competitive edge and build cultures that people never want to leave. He also opened a business with his wife, a tea shop, actually during COVID, so he talked about the challenges of that, which kind of went into economic development a little bit, but yeah, he's just very dynamic speaker. So some of the sessions that I attended, Alberta Housing Division talked a lot about programs and regulations of the Alberta Housing Act. There was an interactive roundtable for governing officials. Again, great to share information. Money and budget always seems to be the topic. Like, we all have great ideas, but where does the money come from? Talking about board governance and keeping members engaged and involved was a good topic as well. We heard an update from Assistant Deputy Minister for Housing, David Williams. Celebration Room, we talked about reputation recovery and vacancies post-COVID and how people are managing that. Watch out, folks, I attended an assertive expression course through the ADR Institute of Alberta. So, no, it was really good. So, and then they always do the Laura Crawford Scholarship presentation, which is awesome. And Minister Nixon, who's the Minister of Seniors, Community and Social Services, presented. Just kind of a few of the highlights from him was there's going to be a new continuing care agency, which will be established, what would have been April 1st, should be up and running by fall of 2025. And he said the agency has plans to make the system less complicated for patients moving into assisted living. So, and hoping that people get into the spots where they're supposed to be. So hopefully that will happen. In rural Alberta, he mentioned small home and group home models are the only way to move forward for challenges we see in rural communities, which was interesting. There was lots of chatter about the budget. Oh gosh, I have it on my computer here. Yeah. The overall social housing budget's gonna see an increase of approximately 2 to 2.5%. Lodge Assistance Program will be increased $20.50 to $21.50 per unit, which accounts for 1.1 million, which is really quite a small amount when you figure the amount of lodges in Alberta. Alberta and Social Housing Corporation will receive increases, which will total about 1.2 billion over 3 years, he mentioned. So lots of information in there. Please feel to reach out if you have any questions on that. I've got lots of information that I brought home from that. Yeah, there was a closing speaker. Her name was Jennifer Buchanan. She does music therapy, which is really awesome, and talked about the work that she does with dementia patients and the effect that music can have on them. So yeah, it was actually, I think that's my third one I've gone to, and I found this one the most beneficial. So it was really good. So, and then just to follow up a little bit on what Deputy Reeves said, did attend the EDA Summit and Conference. Just a couple of the highlights that I took away. I attended a session on co-ops and economic development, which I thought was really interesting. Talked about that's one way that we can kind of, just a unique way to help businesses kind of grow. What else? Some really neat things that I really found it interesting. A lot of times when we go, they do a lot of breakout sessions, and in this conference, they actually, one portion of it was they had the speakers all up front and they just rotated the speakers, and we stayed where we were. So it was really quite interesting. Lots of different topics: agriculture, energy, health sciences. The one that was really interesting was aviation, aerospace, and logistics. They had, I think, a panel of about 4 speakers, and one was Reeve Amber Link, of course, from Wheatland County. And she talked a lot about the spin-off opportunities that potentially will be available from that de Havilland project, and that they maybe can't be everything to everybody in Wheatland. So kind of like a hint, hint, nudge, nudge to the other municipalities to look into that and be prepared for that. So that was awesome. I attended a breakout session. It was called Winning the Talent Game, Workforce Attraction as a Pillar to Economic Development. We had a little chatter, a few of us after, and sometimes there's some great presentations, but I walk away still not knowing what the solutions are. We did talk a lot about, the workforce and the shortage that people have. Some of the projects that they talked about spoke a lot about needing the tradespeople, so plumbers, electricians, which sounds amazing, but I look at our local area and people are turning work away because they don't have enough staff. So I still didn't quite know what the solution's gonna be, so I hope somebody way smarter than me comes up with that, so. And then if anybody gets an opportunity, the MD of Greenview did a presentation on their industrial gateway, and if you kind of just Google it, my brain cannot even wrap around what they're doing. Kevin O'Leary presented, who of course is, I guess he would be the principal owner of that project. I can't even explain it. It has, yeah, I'm not, my brain doesn't even work that way. It's just gonna be massive, so very interesting to look at that, so. Yeah, it was really good, really enjoyed it, and as Deputy Reed McGee said, it was nice to be with her and Councillor Christie, and she mentioned Amy Merrill was there, and I think Amy really enjoyed it, and it was nice to have staff there as well, and just for us to be able to have conversations too, just around how some of the things that are happening affect Kneehill County. So again, just thanks to council administration and our ratepayers for allowing me to attend that. It was really good. And I welcome any questions from ratepayers, administration, council.
Just further comments to your report on the EDA. I had several in the breakout sessions. One of the things that kind of tweaked my imagination is we're with a new director of economic development and an intern. One of the breakout things and conversations in that breakout and networking was we don't have an economic development committee similar to the Ag Service Board, where we have one or two councillors on that board with some members at large and staff to give direction to council of where they think we should go. The other thing that caught my attention is we talk often about industrial areas that we need to be shovel ready. The term was investment ready. Don't worry about the infrastructure that's going there, more the designation of that property so that investment can be fast. So everything that was the big developments was because the paperwork moved quickly. Not ready, we don't know what the developer's gonna build, but they want the paperwork done so that they can start to figure out what they need. The other one, I'll get to the bottom of my notes here, is sell the fact that the county's not just the tax collector, but a partner in success. So part of that is making sure that the business part of it is quick and to the point. This Wonder Valley development, when you figure out the power generation, it's 3.2 times the power generation of Hoover Dam. So, and it's all gonna be used up in their data center, which boggles my mind. And they anticipate it's less than 5% of what North America's gonna need.
I want to add from those conversations is one of my observations that I have told a few people is, I remember the first time I was sent, I think it was 5 years ago, and then to go to this one, a lot of the innovative technology that was being talked about then is kind of really old news in 5 years. Mm-hmm. So it just really makes us think about, you know, how are we ready for the future? Because the future comes really quick in comparison to before, especially in the regards of technology. So that's something for us to pay attention to.
Okay, thank you for that. So that brings us to the end of our council and committee reports. If there's no further discussion, I would entertain a motion to receive for information the council and committee reports as presented. Councillor Christie.
So moved.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. The next item in our agenda is item 10, which is council follow-up action list. And are there any questions regarding the follow-up action list? Surely to goodness we're not going to let Mr. Zier off with a clean slate today. Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, this is just a comment on something to give council a heads up. Ms. Vanderkool and I are looking at the format of the council action items list, and you might see us propose something different to you. The same information, just displayed differently around there coming forward, and we'll be looking for your feedback on that if we do. But it was just a general comment that we're looking at a different way of displaying some of these, because some of them, we make the motion, but, so like applying for perk and DIRC, as an example, we make the motion, it sits there for several months until it's completed, and some of those. So if you see a change in there, that's something that we're exploring. We'll be looking for council feedback on it, but that's all the same information, just a bit differently displayed.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Cunningham.
Here's the caveat that I know it's not on the list, but I know we talked about this about a month or so ago, and I know there's information, Mr. Hogan, that you can't share, but just wondering if we're moving closer to having the position filled for the Village of Carbon and Kneehill County.
That's an item for closed session later today.
Okay, since the rest of council hasn't taken up my invitation, I do have a question for you, Mr. Zier. And it relates to the septic, the project that we're discussing for Huxley. And I guess I have a little bit of concern around the delivery of information on how that's going to work. And so I guess my question would be is, if it's needed, are we prepared to do something more than just a notice in the utility bills and knock on a door and drop off just something? So I'm just concerned that we might need to do more than what we're proposing to do, and if so, are we prepared to go forward with something more?
Thank you. So through the chair, just to clarify, and maybe I guess for my own understanding as well, I believe we did send out notices, and I apologize, I haven't confirmed with the rest of the staff here. We sent out a notification in the utility bill here. We were identifying if door knockers were a potential on that. Is this a request to move to that next step too? And
well, I guess my question is I didn't realize you've already delivered information through the utility bills. Are we getting any feedback, and if so, what type of feedback are we getting?
Yeah, sorry, through the chair, I'll have to confirm if we actually have sent them out yet. We were planning on either doing a door knocker or utility bills, or a combination of the both, so.
Yeah, and I'm very cognizant of the fact that we're like a month plus away from when we're planning to do the first training. And are the individuals on whatever portion of that hamlet aware that they're on the list for this year? And is that part of the information that went out?
Okay, through the chair, I'll have to clarify on what status we're at with that right now. We can do door knockers. I'm just looking through some of the emails here from last week. They hadn't been sent out yet, so.
Okay, if you just want to follow up, that would be fine. But,
sure.
For the people who are going to participate in the first half, so are they being billed post-cleaning and over the next period of time? And for the people who are waiting for the second cleaning, if they have a habit of cleaning on an annual basis, are we going to facilitate conversation between them and the contractor who's providing the service? So I think there's some things there that will be of concern to the residents, and so I guess I'm just hopefully looking for some clarification, that's all. And you, like I say, you can follow up with me later. That's good. Because I guess I'm looking to determine whether I need to be up there and talking to people or not.
Yeah, and through the chair, our plan was to identify this door knocker, which I can share with council as well, identifies the cost, the location of, as we talked, we're going to split the community in 50% of it 1 year, 50% the next year, and then just identifying what the cost would be. The actual costs, I believe, are coming on a modification to the master rates bylaw next, I think either next meeting or the meeting after, for a council decision as well, so. just included on the master rates bylaw. It won't hold up the process on this, but.
Okay. I guess as a septic tank owner, I'm aware of the ongoing maintenance that takes place, and so people may or may not already have planned maintenance in light of what we're thinking of doing. How would that impact their plans? And so I just need to know a little more information to help me to answer some of those questions that will be coming as a result of this change in service level. So. And beyond that, like I say, you can get back to me and we'll follow up afterward. Thank you. Okay, if there's no other questions or conversation around the follow-up action list, I would entertain a motion to receive for information as presented. Deputy Reeve McGee.
So moved.
Okay, thank you for that. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. So the next items are closed session items. Under section 24, advice from officials, and section 21, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental business. The question I would have for council, is there a break needed prior to that, or are we just prepared to jump right in? Okay, so I've had a request for a break, so we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll be back. We're in recess till 12. So it is 5 seconds to 12 noon, so I'm going to call our meeting back to order. As I said previously, the next items on our agenda are both closed session, section 21, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental affairs, and section 24, advice from officials. So I would entertain a motion at this point to go into closed session. Councillor Christie, thank you. So we have a motion to go into closed session. All those in favor? And that is carried. We'll wait till we're offline. saying we're live? Okay, thank you. Okay, we had a motion to return to open session at 12:49. We recessed briefly to allow the meeting to go back online. It is now 12:50, and I'm going to call the meeting back to order. So we are in closed session to deal with two items under Section 21, harmful to intergovernmental affairs, and one on Section 24, advice from officials. There is nothing motion-wise coming out of the closed session. It is now 12:51, and I am going to adjourn our meeting. Meeting's adjourned.